A very good morning everyone, welcome to a very wet and windy Thruxton circuit. It is absolutely pouring out here, but we're here come rain or shine, mostly rain this weekend, for some more motor racing. We've got a fantastic weekend of action for you to come. 3 events on the way today. We've got the trucks, we've also got the classic touring cars. They're coming up first up in the programme. They've been out qualifying already. It is wet, it is slick, it is almost impossible to drive in, which means for us it's hugely entertaining. I spoke to the drivers though to get their perspective on what should be a wet and wild weekend. Matthew Ellis on pole in the class in touring cars. Pretty good drive from you out there. I'm glad you're dry now. It's pretty damp, safe to say.
It's certainly not a dry day here, is it? I mean, when we're queuing up to go out, it was raining. Now it's just absolutely torrential during the session, but it's all good fun. Enjoyed it a lot.
And of course you're on pole as well, so you must have done something right out there. Talk us through the ride.
It's a little bit of a surprise. I mean, we come here, not driven here in the wet. We did our first ever wet race last weekend at Castle Combe. To be fair, we kind of struggled there actually with the tyres we got and the conditions. Come here sort of open-minded, and yeah, it's just like on rails, the car. You can't unsettle the thing out there, so very happy with that.
Well, you let us into a bit of a trade secret just before we came on air here. You're actually on road tyres rather than what we'd call competition wets.
Yeah, so usually a series we run in has regulations. We're not allowed competition slicks or wets, so we're running a road listed tyre, which I think, given the conditions, actually clearing the water out of the tread pattern a lot better than the race competition stuff all the other guys are on. So pro rata, we've had a bit of a touch here. Otherwise, we would have been right out of luck.
And we'll bring in senior Ellis here, Martin, a father-son duo. What's it like to ride with you, son? I'm guessing you've been doing this a little while.
Yeah, he's great. I mean, if only he could get a proper drive from someone, he could prove himself big time. But yeah, it just means I have to start and I'm a slower driver. But no, the problem for me is it's steamed up badly. But yeah, the traction was good, and I mean the car's prepared by Phil Seaman of Seaman Motorsport, and he does a perfect job, and sponsored by Point CNC, Clive Leatherby. So in all, yeah, the car's going very well, and hopefully we're going to have a good race.
And in terms of Thruxton as a track, you've been here a few times. What are your thoughts?
Came here in the summer with Future Classics. I love it. I really do like Thruxton. Yeah, and I was happy out there, but I actually could not physically see because the screen steamed up. So yeah, we're looking forward to the race. It's going to be a good week.
Bit of gaff around the windscreen and go again for the race one?
Well, yeah. I've just got to try and come back in a sensible position for Matthew on race 2 to start, not at the back. That's what we hope. Well,
that sounds good, gents. Look, best of luck for the race, guys, and yeah, we hope you stay dry before then.
Brilliant, thank you.
Here with a couple of our drivers. Malcolm, first of all, it is very, very wet. How did qualifying go for you?
Well, it's slippery. We had a throttle cable stick on the way out, but we didn't think we was going to get out, but then we got out and everything seemed alright. It'll come together really in the end. We ended up with 7th, but we lost a couple of laps, but we ended up with 7th, so we qualified 7th. So
reasonably happy
with that for now. Yeah, very happy with that for now.
And in terms of Thruxton as a track, it's obviously very familiar to a lot of drivers. It's not usually this wet, but what do you make of the circuit?
It's good. To be fair, I've been racing 30 years and probably the second time I've raced it, so yeah, it's really good.
So nice to
quite enjoy
here.
it. Yeah, very good. That's why I jumped at doing it again, really.
Well, excellent to have you along.
Despite being wet, it's turned out to be all right, really.
Well, excellent to have you along. Wish you the best of luck in the race. We've got Tony Paxman here as well. Didn't think we'd trouble you to get out your seat there, Tony, but you're very kind. Got your hats on. How's qualifying for
Very
you?
wet.
Yes.
Got ponds everywhere out there.
What's it like to actually drive in? Can you try and describe it for us?
The wipers aren't fast enough. The car's 50 years old and the wipers aren't fast enough. And it just can't. Well, it'll be alright if it stopped raining, but we'll see.
So these cars are as manual as they could possibly be, right?
Yes,
it's all down to what you can do as a driver.
Exactly.
And in terms of what you're expecting for the weekend, what are you hoping for?
If it stops raining, it'll be better, but you just can't see where you're going.
Well, that's always a start, I find.
It's life.
Well, Tony, best of luck for the weekend.
Yes, thank you.
Well, down in the paddock with Mike Luck. Mike, 11th overall in qualifying. It's very, very wet, as it is for everyone. How are you finding it out there, first of all?
Yeah, well, as you say, it was a lot of standing water, and we put some full wets on, which I don't think really helped us much. They just couldn't shift the water. So I think sort of narrower, almost road-going tyres are the order of the day. So that's what we'll try for the race.
And talk us through your car, because just from standing next to it here, it's a real beauty. How long have you been driving it? Tell us a bit more about it.
Okay, well, this is actually a car that I had a business a few years ago, and I built the car for a client. E21 320 with a little M10 4-cylinder engine, and the guy very kindly sort of allowed me to use it. So we've been racing it in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club series for pre-83 cars. Very pleased to say I actually won the championship this year with it. Yeah, it's a lovely thing, and we do battle with escorts and dolomites and the like, and it goes well.
Is it an enjoyable thing to drive in conditions like this still?
Yeah, it's
enjoyable might not be the operative word.
Enjoyable is yeah, I suppose it's a challenge, just like any other race or event or speed event. It's about taking it to a limit and doing your level best not to overstep it.
Yeah, I suppose that was the question I wanted to ask. Really, is that a challenge that you like to have? Do you like taking risks and challenging it in new conditions?
Well, yeah, I suppose it's about managing risks. Motorsport in general, I tend to enjoy racing in the wet. Today, apart from the pure amount of water, the other challenge for me is actually knowing this. I don't know the circuit that well. I haven't raced around here very much, so when the visibility is fairly poor, then it's the main challenge is knowing exactly where the circuit goes. But
we didn't think at the start of the week that the most important component of this car would be the windscreen wiper, but here we are.
No, that's right.
Well, Mike, we wish you the very best of luck for the racing, and stay dry in the meantime.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, once again, a very good morning, ladies and gents, and welcome to Thruxton Race Circuit here in Hampshire, the fastest race circuit in the country. You can see the weather far from favourable today on this October 31st. A happy Halloween to all of you. And we're ready to go racing fairly shortly. Here's today's schedule then. We are running a little bit behind because of a delay in qualifying, but the first race of the day will be for the classic touring cars. A mixture of classic saloons will be first out on track, racing over 20 minutes. Then it's the first race for the Tiedman Trophy, run by the Monoposto Racing Club. A variety of single-seaters will take part in that. And then it's the first race of the day for the Big Rigs, the British Truck Racing Association Championship, sponsored this weekend by GT Tyres and Lenham Storage. First of 5 races for them across this weekend. That's coming up after the lunch break today. We have a lunch break after the second race. Then the races repeat later on in the day. The Classic Touring Cars have a second race. Then it's the final race of the season for the Monoposto Tiedman Trophy. And then completing the programme today will be the Truck Racing Championship for their second race of the day. They have 3 races tomorrow that we will have coverage for you as well. And also they are joined by the Open Sports and Saloon Cars. That's all coming up tomorrow. As we say, there's a little bit of a delay at the moment. We've had a red flag in qualifying for the BTRA Truck Racing Championship, and I believe the truck that's being recovered is that of the reigning champion Ryan Smith. He's the only one who's showing us not in the pit lane at the moment. So hopefully Ryan hasn't suffered too much damage, and we will see Flying Ryan out for the first race. GT Tyres, Vision Track and Lenham Storage this weekend sponsors for the trucks. Lenham Storage, I'll tell you a little bit about them in the meantime. A warehousing and distribution company based in Lenham in Kent. They have 2 sites in Kent and 1 in Weyhill, which is virtually outside the Thruxton circuit. They specialise in the storage and distribution of a variety of grocery products. So some of your products you buy from the supermarket, ladies and gents, may well have been transported by Lenham Storage's trucks at some point. They transport 11,000 pallets of goods every week in the UK. They also train their own lorry drivers. Go look out for their HGVs on the road. They've also provided the pace trucks for this weekend that we'll be seeing leading the field for the rolling starts this weekend. We'll give you the grid in a few moments' time for our first race for the classic touring cars. Just heard from a couple of the drivers there. We are expecting to resume with qualifying. I'm just looking at the timing screen, and I think we're going to resume with qualifying over the last few minutes for the trucks. Quickest at the moment is Stuart Oliver, the 10 times British champion and 1-time European champion. He's fastest at the moment. Second quickest is number 69, David Jenkins. And third fastest, number 95, Ricky Collett, the Yorkshireman, who was quickest in free practice first thing this morning. Impressively, the Division 2 pace setter for the slightly less powerful trucks, Luke Garrett, is 4th fastest overall. Then we've got Ryan Smith, but he's showing us having disappeared somewhere around the circuit, so we'll wait and see whether we can pick up what's happened to the number 1 truck of Ryan Smith. He's had an off somewhere, I think. There's a change of driver, I note, on the entry list as well. The number 22 truck, the Bagheera Freightliner Fat Fox, great name for a truck that is. It's originally down as being driven by Ollie James, who raced it in the previous round at Snetterton, but it's showing on the timing screen as being driven by European Truck Racing Championship competitor Shane Brereton. So it looks like we've got Shane with us racing here this weekend. We also have a visitor from the Netherlands. A warm welcome to Willem Bredik, who's racing his Volvo with us here this weekend. He's come over from Holland to race at Thruxton. Hopefully we'll see him out at the final round at Brands Hatch next weekend as well. So we're just waiting to see what's going to happen here. The recovery trucks, I think, are picking up Ryan Smith's truck at the moment. So a slight delay to the start. Apologies for the enforced delay, ladies and gents. If you are watching on the Facebook live stream or on YouTube, do feel free to leave us a comment. We'll try and read out 1 or 2 of your comments later on. You can get in touch with me via Twitter if you are watching as well. And the Twitter handle is @midsportsmedia. That's @MID Sports Media. You can tweet me on there if you have any shout-outs today if you are watching on. So just waiting to see what's going to happen here with qualifying for the truck racing first of all. We had qualifying earlier on for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Incidentally, their championships are all over and done with. They finished at Silverstone a few weeks ago, so it's open non-championship races for them this weekend with all the cars in together. We've got 21 cars, I think, here in total, including a couple of champions from this year. The pre-93 touring car champion David Griffin, the Australian-born driver, is here with his BMW, and also a man we heard from earlier, the pre-83 Group 1 touring car champion Mike Luck with his older BMW is here this weekend as well. But it is the Ellis family who are quickest in qualifying with their beautiful Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, and they had some good practice for the wet conditions this weekend. They were racing in heavy rain at Castle Combe in Wiltshire last Saturday with the Classic Sports Car Club in their Future Classics 1970s division. They actually won the 1970s split. I believe Martin Ellis, Ellis Senior, is going to be racing in the first race, and Matthew's taking over the Talbot for the second race later on today. We will confirm that officially later on. But Martin will be on pole for the first race if that is the case. So we're just waiting here to see what's going to happen with the trucks. On the timing screen is showing there's 3.5 minutes left of the qualifying session, so we are going to try and get back underway, I think, once Ryan Smith's truck has been recovered to the paddock, and hopefully we will see Ryan in action in the first race. He's got time till after the lunch break to repair. Looking at the championships at the moment in the trucks, it is Ryan Smith in the lead of the championship. He's taken 3 wins so far this year. He hasn't had things all his own way. In fact, he's in the joint lead of the championship with David Jenkins, his big rival of the last few years in truck number 69. And Stuart Oliver's only 3 points behind them in truck number 7 as well, ahead of his teammate Martin Gibson, number 11. John Newell, who led the championship after the first rounds at Donington Park, is down to 5th place now after a disappointing day at a couple of days at Snetterton. Division 2, meanwhile, for the less powerful trucks, that's led by Stephen Powell, number 3, with his yellow MAN, ahead of Craig Reed, truck number 68. The reigning Division 2 champion Luke Garrett has been having a few problems with his truck this year. He's down in 4th in the points behind John Powell with his DAF. A good field here this weekend. The only truck that was on the published entry list, I'm not sure is here, is Adam Bint, number 5, with his Volvo White. But I know he's been having repeated mechanical problems, sadly, the Oxfordshire driver with the number 5 truck this year. And completing our field this weekend is the Tiedman Trophy, run by the Monoposto Racing Club. A variety of small single-seaters being raced in their division. We've got, I think, 19 cars here this weekend. The Tiedman Trophy, a 3-round mini championship run in memory of Frank Tiedman, who is the founder, who was the founder of the Monoposto Racing Club, looking for a way to provide affordable single-seater racing. Monoposto Racing Club has been providing that form of racing for many years now, and this year would have been Frank Tiedman's 100th birthday, so quite fitting that the trophy is being contested this year. It's a multi-class division, the Tiedman Trophy. Classes based on engine size. There's also separate classes for motorcycle engine cars. Class for Formula 3 cars. They've only got one entry this weekend though, and a couple of classic class entries for the older single-seaters. It's the 1800cc class pace setter Chris Lord who leads the Tiedman Trophy points, the man from Devon. So if he wins his class this weekend, he will win the Tiedman Trophy overall. But also looking to try and take the trophy. 3 points behind him in the table is Jason Timms. He's running in the Moto 1400 class for motorcycle engine cars in his Dallara, and he has actually set pole position overall for the first race for the Tiedman Trophy. Now I believe the grid for the second race is set by lap times from race 1. We'll confirm that later on. I believe that was the case at Silverstone. I can tell you we are about to get back underway with qualifying for the trucks over the last few minutes of their session. So we will see the trucks out on track to complete their qualifying session first of all. So we're going to have a little bit of bonus footage for you. Here they come out from the pit lane then. The big rigs on track here at Thruxton, sponsored by Lenham Storage, GT Tyres and Vision Track. You can see how wet the racing surface is. As out they come, they slip and slide into the final minutes of their qualifying session. I'll do my best to keep you up to date with the times in this session. Stuart Oliver, number 7 with the bonneted Volvo, is the quickest as the trucks head through the complex. And look at David Jenkins there, number 69, way out sideways as they come through Seagrave Corner. There's number 22, that's the bonneted truck, the Bagheera Freightliner of Shane Brereton, making his return to the British Championship this weekend. That's Craig Evans behind him in the Division 2 MAN number 10. Then we've got John Newell, number 18. Behind him, the black truck there is Stuart Oliver. And then behind him is, I think that's Tom O'Rourke, number 86, the Scottish-based driver in his MAN. Tom O'Rourke, the MV Motorsports Run MAN. You can see how wet it is out there, the amount of rain on our camera lens. This is out at the back of the circuit. David Jenkins coming through towards Church Corner, the most fearsome part of the Thruxton circuit. We must give a mention to all the marshalling teams here at Thruxton this weekend. We couldn't go racing without the Orange Army, our volunteer marshals, so thank you very much indeed to them for their efforts this weekend out in the rain. There goes Craig Reed with his Iveco. We haven't got his brother Simon this weekend in Division 1. We normally see him out with his Iveco, but he's not here this weekend. Stuart Oliver leads Tom O'Rourke down into the club chicane. This is the tightest part of the Thruxton circuit. Expect to see a fair bit of curb hopping through there. You can see they're just sliding around even at low speed here. There's the Reed Freight Team Run 68 of Craig Reed. We've had one comment come in already. Hello to Richard Barwick, who says, glad I'm not doing the stock cars this weekend. It looks a bit moist out there. Now, Richard, our regular interviewer on our stock car coverage here at 247 TV. Hello to Kelly Davis as well. Says we saw the trucks going the other way to us yesterday. Kelly is actually up at Croft Circuit in North Yorkshire this weekend. Her daughter Bryony Davis is racing in the Fiesta Junior Championship, so good luck to Bryony. We saw the Flying Dutchman there in truck number 50, Willem Bredick, in his Volvo. So let's have a look at the times then. The checkered flag will be coming out shortly, in fact. It's still Stuart Oliver who is quickest ahead of David Jenkins. Rick Collett third quickest. I don't think Rick Collett has come back out to the conclusion of this session. Well, there goes the 69 of Dave Jenkins, charging his way up Woodham Hill towards the end of the lap. The checkered flag is going to go out this time, so let's see if Dave Jenkins can go quicker. He's only 0.15 of a second down on Stuart Oliver. Let's see if he can improve his lap time here in the Digraph Transport and Hiab Truck Cranes sponsored MAN, also backed by Morris Lubricants. Here he comes up towards the line. There's the checkered flag. Dave Jenkins, the man from North Staffordshire, comes through. And does he go quicker? He does. 146.626. David Jenkins has snatched provisional pole position. Over the line goes the 22, normally driven by Lee James. It's Shane Brereton in the truck this weekend. He's 7th quickest. We'll run you through the times once everybody is safely in. Another truck we've not mentioned yet as Stuart Oliver comes through. Can he wrest pole position back again? No, he can't. A 149 that time through. John Newell goes across the line, the number 18. Then the 42 of Luke Garrett. The Division 2 pace setter. He's quite well up in 5th overall, but the Division 2 trucks, of course, line up behind Division 1 on the combined grid. So let's run you through the qualifying times. I think everybody is in now. Fastest time, and popping up to the top of the times. Where did that come from? Martin Gibson in the Scania in number 11 has just gone fastest with a 146.411. Where did that come from? I did not expect that. He was only down in 9th when he came across the line. That's phenomenal improvement from Martin Gibson. Goodness me. Gibson and MAN, not a Scania, sorry, used to race a Scania, apologies there. Okay, let's have a look at the qualifying times for the BTRA Truck Racing Championship, sponsored by Lenham Storage then. Fastest is number 11 of Martin Gibson with a 146.411. Second quickest, number 69, David Jenkins, with a 146.626, 0.215 of a second between those two. Third quickest is the new quickest man in Division 2. Stephen Powell has gone third fastest overall. So some real improvement. It's a good job they did go green again to conclude that session. We've had some real changes. Third quickest, number 3, Stephen Powell. Then we've got number 7 of Stuart Oliver. 5th fastest, number 95 of Ricky Collett. And 4th in Division 1. Then we've got the 42, which is Division 2 man Luke Garrett. 7th quickest overall, number 18, John Newell. Then 8th fastest, number 81, the MAN of Mark Taylor, the Taylor's haulage man. 9th quickest, we didn't see come back out, is number 1, Ryan Smith. Then in 10th quickest, number 22 of Shane Brereton in the Bagheera Freightliner. 11th fastest, number 86, Tom O'Rourke. 12th quickest, number 68, Craig Reed. 13th quickest, number 6, which is John Powell. 14th fastest, number 50 of Willem Bredick. 15th, number 10, Craig Evans. 16th quickest, number 41, Simon Cole in his Mercedes-Benz. First appearance of the British truck racing season for Simon. And 17th quickest, number 99, the vastly experienced Paddy Mack, as he's known, Paul McCumsky, with his Volvo. Good to have Paddy Mack back here this weekend. He missed the last round at Snetterton. Had problems at Donington early in the season. Right, next up then is our first race of the day, which is the Classic Touring Car Open Races, and we will give you the grid for that in just a moment. So the CTCRC Open Races then, in pole position is number 14, which will be driven by Martin Ellis. Alongside him, number 24, Andy Thompson with his Seat Leon. Second row, Ian Knight, number 6 with his Volkswagen Golf, and 34, David Griffin in his BMW. In the third row, I should say, number 4, Tom Robinson with his big Jaguar XJR, and Yusuf Osman in his BMW. The fourth row, 101, Malcolm Harding with his Escort, and 26, Brian Bransom, he's in a BMW. Fifth row, one of Britain's most successful club racers, Rod Burley, number 144, alongside number 1, which is Bob Bullen. The sixth row, a man we heard from earlier, Mike Luck, number 78, alongside 57, Tony Paxman with his Ford Escort. The seventh row of the grid, number 9, which is Eddie O'Kane in his Hyundai Coupe, and Stuart Kay, the chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, with his Ford Capri. The eighth row, Alex Thistlethwaite with his Ford Mustang, starts alongside 62, Tom Abbott with a Ford Capri. The ninth row, 75, Trevor Kiffin with his Alfa Romeo, alongside Alan Hersey with the Reliance Scimitar, number 77. The penultimate row of the grid, Richard Ibrahim with his BMW, number 41, and number 6, Anton Martin with a Ford Escort, and finally, number 2, Tony Palmer, who's in a Ford Lotus Cortina, the original homologation touring car. Okay, that's your grid then. 21 cars we should see out there. They'll be on their way out from the assembly area very shortly for this first race of the day for the Classic Touring Car Racing Championship. A couple of drivers may have changed car because there's a couple of discrepancies between my entry list and the qualifying sheet, so we'll see for certain who's in what car when they're out on the grid. But I can tell you in pole position it is Martin Ellis with his beautiful Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, more famous as a rally car, of course, in the early 1980s. The great Finnish driver Henri Toivonen was a leading exponent in rallying with the Talbots. And starting alongside Martin will be Andy Thompson on his local circuit today, the man from Borden in Hampshire. Andy Thompson is an old-fashioned club racer. He's got a couple of Seats. He's got this Leon that he's racing today and a Seat Toledo, the ex-BTCC car as well. And he races those cars anywhere they're eligible to be raced. I've seen him race in a number of open events over the years. He's won the Plum Pudding Trophy at Mallory Park on Boxing Day, among other events. The second row of the grid, we've got number treble 6, which is Ian Knight in his VW Golf. Ian Knight's the head of Race Truck, Race Car Transporters. Wonder if he's ever fancied to go at truck racing with a business name like that. Then we've got a driver looking to make use of rear-wheel drive today, David Griffin, with his BMW E36 M3. A very distinctive car, that one. It's in Diet Coke livery, based on the cars that dominated Australian touring car racing, Australian Super Touring, in the mid-1990s in the hands of the likes of Paul Morris and Jeff Brabham. David Griffin, born in Australia, and we will see him in action today. He's the reigning pre-93 touring car champion, won that title this year. The third row of the grid is the super-sounding Jaguar of number 4, Tom Robinson, his XJR6. He had a couple of wins in the Jaguar Saloon Championship at Castle Combe last weekend, in similar conditions to this, has to be said. And alongside him, number 186, Yusuf Osman from Kent in his E30 shape BMW. Malcolm Harding we heard from earlier in his lovely Castrol liveried Mark II Zaxpeed Ford Escorts, reminiscent of the cars that used to compete in European touring car racing in the 70s. Malcolm Harding, I believe, is off to Mallory Park tomorrow to race with the Special Saloons Revival Series. He starts alongside Brian Branson with his BMW. Now watch for Rod Burley, number 144. Rod Burley, a man with over 600 race wins in his career, the man based at Brands Hatch Circuit in Kent. We're waiting to see what car he is out in. On the entry list I was given initially, it says he was in a BMW, but on the qualifying sheet it says he's in his familiar Ford Escort Cosworth. But he's qualified down in 9th, which is quite low for Rod Burley, and we will see how he gets on from there. Quick hello to Bethan Lloyd, who's listening in South Wales. Listening in her car before she starts work, she tells us. Don't you get doing any racing, Bethan. It is treacherous on the roads out there, so stay safe, everyone. So we're almost ready for action then. As soon as the circuit is clear, the marshals will give the signal and the cars will be out on track, ready to get this first race of the day underway. This will be a 20-minute race for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Open Races. The course cars just going round the top end of the circuit, coming out of the complex and up towards the fearsome Church Corner. The fastest cars reach 150 miles an hour through there in dry conditions. Thruxton, famous for its very abrasive racing surface, can be very tough on tyres. Rain tyres needed today. The pole sitter for this race, Martin Ellis, telling us earlier that he's running on road tyres this weekend, so that probably worked to his advantage. So the course car's just completing an exploratory lap there, just inspecting the circuit, making sure we are safe to go racing. There is Church Corner, one of the fastest corners in the country in all of UK motorsport. Big hello to Bernard Moritz and also Florian Weighold, who've got in touch via our live stream on Facebook. Dave Nixon says, good luck everyone in Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Why are you not out racing this weekend, David? We thought we'd see you out there in your Rover. You've been racing in Pre-93 this year. Kaylee Twigger's been racing her Rover this year as well. So we're awaiting the cars to be released onto circuit then. The pit garages staying firmly closed at the moment, and I don't blame them. I think it's the Monoposto single-seaters who are in the pit garages today. They'll be keeping nice and warm and dry in there. The trucks, of course, out in the paddock. They don't fit in the pit garages. Don't forget to get in touch via social media if you want any shout-outs today. You can tweet me at @midsportsmedia, MID Sports Media. And remember, we are in action tomorrow as well, where the trucks will be joined by the BARC Open Sports and Saloon Races. This circuit, the home of the BARC, the British Automobile Racing Club. Just had the grid come through for the trucks. That will give you later on. Of course, the truck's coming up after the lunch break today here. It may be a slightly shortened lunch break because of the delay we've had during qualifying. If you look down under the historicracingnews.com banner there, you can just see the back of Martin Ellis's Talbot there. So the cars haven't been released from the assembly area as yet. Well, there we can see one reason for the delay. It looks like we've got a bit of fluid been spilt on the track at Church Corner. I wondered why the inspection vehicles were up there. In the blue van there, that's Pat Blakeney, the circuit manager here at Thruxton Circuit. So the marshal's just clearing up a bit of spilled oil or diesel from the trucks, by the look of it. That's the reason we've got a slight delay here. We've got the track sweepers out there, so that's why we are delaying things. We don't want to make it even more slippery than it already is out there. We don't want any touring cars spinning off, especially at a corner like Church, which is the fastest corner on the circuit and one of the fastest in the country. So apologies for the enforced delay here to the start of our racing. We will be underway just as soon as we can. Dave Nixon has replied. He says, I should have been in Portimao in Portugal supporting the European Le Mans series, but travel restrictions have stopped that. So I'm sure Dave would rather be sunning himself in Portugal right now. Dan James Proctor says, have a safe but good day's racing, everyone. So while this clear-up work continues, I think we've got some interviews from Steve down in the paddock from earlier on, possibly. Okay, we've just had a little bit of breaking news come through from race control. Due to the clear-up needed out on circuit, the lunch break is going to be taken now to give the marshals a chance to have a break after qualifying, and the first race will come up after the lunch break. So the timetable has been revised. Racing will now take place after an early lunch break. So we will start racing a little bit later on. We don't know exactly what time as yet, but it seems like the weather's affected every motorsport event that's been run in the second half of 2020, doesn't it? And today at Thruxton is no different. So the lunch break is going to be taken now, and we will be back with you later on for the first race of the day for the Classic Touring Cars.
In the Thruxton circuit, it is absolutely pouring out here, but we're here come rain or shine, mostly rain this weekend, for some more motor racing. We've got a fantastic weekend of action for you to come. 3 events on the way today. We've got the trucks, we've also got the classic touring cars. They're coming up first up in the programme. They've been out qualifying already. It is wet, it is slick, it is almost impossible to drive in, which means for us it's hugely entertaining. I spoke to the drivers though to get their perspective on what should be a wet and wild weekend. Matthew Ellis on pole in the class in touring cars. Pretty good drive from you out there. I'm glad you're dry now. It's pretty damp, safe to say.
It's certainly not a dry day here, is it? I mean, when we're queuing up to go out, it was raining. Now it's just absolutely torrential during the session, but it's all good fun. Enjoyed it a lot.
And of course you're on pole as well, so you must have done something right out there. Talk us through your ride.
It's a little bit of a surprise. I mean, we come here, not driven here in the wet. We did our first ever wet race last weekend at Castle Combe. To be fair, we kind of struggled there actually with the tyres we got and the conditions. Come here sort of open-minded, and yeah, it's just like on rails, the car. You can't unsettle the thing out there, so very happy with that.
Well, you let us into a bit of a trade secret just before we came on air here. You're actually on road tyres rather than what we'd call competition wets.
Yeah, so usually a series we run in has regulations. We're not allowed competition slicks or wets, so we're running a road listed tyre, which I think, given the conditions, actually clearing the water out of the tread pattern a lot better than the race competition stuff all the other guys are on. So pro rata, we've had a bit of a touch here. Otherwise, we would have been right out of luck.
And we'll bring in senior Ellis here, Martin and father-son duo. What's it like to ride with your son? I'm guessing you've been doing this a little while.
Yeah, he's great. I mean, if only he could get a proper drive from someone, he could prove himself big time. But yeah, it just means I have to start and I'm a slower driver. But no, the problem for me is it's steamed up badly. But yeah, the traction was good, and I mean the car's prepared by Phil Seaman of Seaman Motorsport, and he does a perfect job, and sponsored by Point CNC, Clive Leatherby. So in all, yeah, the car's going very well, and hopefully we're going to have a good race.
And in terms of Thruxton as a track, you've been here a few times. What are your thoughts?
Came here in the summer with Future Classics. I love it. I really do like Thruxton. Yeah, and I was happy out there, but I actually could not physically see because the screen steamed up. So yeah, we're looking forward to the race. It's going to be a good week.
bit of gaff around the windscreen and go again for the race one?
Well, yeah. I've just got to try and come back in a sensible position for Matthew on race 2 to start, not at the back. That's what we hope.
Well, that sounds good, gents. Look, best of luck for the race, guys, and yeah, we hope you stay dry before then.
Brilliant, thank you.
Here with a couple of our drivers. Malcolm, first of all, it is very, very wet. How did qualifying go for you?
Well, it's slippery. We had a throttle cable stick on the way out, but we didn't think we was going to get out. But then we got out, and everything seemed all right. It'll come together really in the end. We ended up with 7th, but we lost a couple of laps. But we ended up with 7th, so we qualified 7th. So we're
Reasonably
happy with
happy?
that for now. Yeah, very happy with that for now.
And in terms of Thruxton as a track, it's obviously very familiar to a lot of drivers. It's not usually this wet, but what do you make of the circuit?
Hey, it's good. To be fair, I've been racing 30 years, and probably it's the second time I've raced it. So yeah, it's really good.
So nice to
I
be
enjoy
here.
it. Yeah, very good. That's why I jumped at doing it again. Really.
Well, excellent to have you
Despite
along.
it being wet, it's turned out to be all right. Really.
Well, excellent to have you along. Wish you the best of luck in the race. We've got Tony Paxman here as well. Didn't think we'd trouble you to get out your seat there, Tony, but you're very kind. Got your hats on. How's the qualifying for
Very
you?
wet.
Yes.
Like ponds everywhere out there.
What's it like to actually drive in? Can you try and describe it for us?
The wipers aren't fast enough. The car's 50 years old and the wipers aren't fast enough. And it just can't. Well, it'll be alright if it stopped raining. But we'll see.
So these cars are as manual as they could possibly be, right?
Yes,
It's
they
all
are,
down
yeah.
to what you can do as a driver.
Exactly.
And in terms of what you're expecting from the weekend, what are you hoping for?
If it stops raining, it'll be better, but you just can't see where you're going.
Well, that's always a start, I find.
It's life.
Well, Tony, best of luck for the weekend.
Yes, thank you.
Well, down in the paddock with Mike Luck. Mike, 11th overall in qualifying. It's very, very wet, as it is for everyone. How are you finding it out there, first of all?
Yeah, well, as you say, it was a lot of standing water, and we put some full wets on, which I don't think really helped us much. They just couldn't shift the water. So I think sort of narrower, almost road-going tyres are the order of the day. So that's what we'll try for the race.
And talk us through your car, because just from standing next to it here, it's a real beauty. How long have you been driving it? Tell us a bit more about it.
Okay, well, this is actually a car that I had a business a few years ago, and I built the car for a client, E21 320 with a little M10 4-cylinder engine, and the guy very kindly sort of allowed me to use it. So we've been racing it in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club series for pre-83 cars. Very pleased to say I actually won the championship this year with it. But yeah, it's a lovely thing, and we do battle with escorts and dolomites and the like, and it goes well.
Is it an enjoyable thing to drive in conditions like this still?
Yeah, it's
Enjoyable might not be the operative word.
Enjoyable is yeah, it's I suppose it's a challenge, just like any other race or event or speed event. You know, it's about taking it to a limit and doing your level best not to overstep it. You know.
Yeah, I suppose that was the question I wanted to ask. Really, is that a challenge that you like to have? Do you like taking risks and challenging it in new conditions?
Well, yeah, I suppose it's about managing risks.
Yeah.
Motorsport in general, but. Yeah, I tend to enjoy racing in the wet. Today, apart from the pure amount of water, the other challenge for me is actually knowing this. I don't know the circuit that well. I haven't raced around here very much, so when the visibility is fairly poor, then it's the main challenge is knowing exactly where the circuit goes. But
yeah, we didn't think at the start of the week that the most important component of this car would be the windscreen wiper, but here we are.
No, that's right.
Well, Mike, we wish you the very best of luck for the racing, and stay dry in the meantime.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, race fans, and welcome once again to Thruxton Race Circuit, the fastest racing circuit in the UK here in Hampshire. Hopefully getting underway very shortly with this afternoon's race action presented by the BARC, the British Automobile Racing Club. A delayed start due to the weather and a bit of spilt diesel from the trucks. Full credit to the marshals who've cleared the standing water off the circuit, and will hopefully be getting underway very shortly. Dave Goddard here to take you through the action. The schedule reads as follows. We'll be getting underway very shortly with the first of our 2 races for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, open non-championship races for them today, followed by the first race for the Tiedman Trophy for the Monoposto Racing Club, a variety of single-seaters in action in that series. And then it's the big rigs, the BTRA Truck Racing Championship, sponsored by Lenham Storage and GT Tyres, and then the races repeat themselves throughout the afternoon. The Classic Touring Cars' second race, the Tiedman Trophy, and the trucks out again for the second of their 5 races this weekend. 3 truck races tomorrow as well, and a couple of races for open sports and saloon cars too. Our thanks to our sponsors for the trucks this weekend, GT Tyres, Vision Track and Lenham Storage, who have a site just outside the Thruxton circuit, specialises in the storage and distribution of groceries. So some of your products you buy from the supermarkets may well have been transported by Lenham Storage at some point on their HGVs. Getting ready to get underway then. Thanks to everybody who has tuned in so far today. The first race of the afternoon will be the delayed race we should have seen this morning, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club's open races here this weekend. We have 21 cars in total, so let's give you the grid for our first race of the day. In pole position will be Martin Ellis with his beautiful Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. Alongside him, Andy Thompson with a Seat Leon. Second row, Ian Knight in his Volkswagen Golf, and David Griffin, this year's pre-93 touring car champion, with the first of the BMWs. The third row, Tom Robinson with his big Jaguar XJR, and Yusuf Osman with his BMW. Fourth row, Malcolm Harding in an Escort Mark II, and a BMW for Brian Branson. The fifth row, Rod Burley, one of Britain's most successful national level racers, starts alongside Bob Bullen. The sixth row, Mike Luck, this year's pre-83 Group 1 touring car champion. And alongside him, his BMW will be Tony Paxman with his Ford Escort Mark 1. The seventh row, Eddie O'Kane with his Hyundai Coupe and Stuart Kay with a Ford Capri. The eighth row, Alex Thistlethwaite, he's in a Ford Mustang. Tom Abbott with a Ford Capri. And the next row, row 9, Trevor Kiffin with his Alfa Romeo 75 and Alan Hersey with the Reliant Scimitar. The penultimate row, Richard Ibrahim with the BMW and Anton Martin with his Ford Escort. And at the back of the field, the classic Ford Lotus Cortina of number 2, Tony Palmer. 21 cars out there for a 20-minute race. Coming up next then, the cars are just leaving the assembly area. There is Tony Palmer with his lovely Lotus Cortina. He will start from the back, so the cars are on their way up to the grid then. Let's take an exploratory lap or two. Well, here they come round to the grid. And as we say, do get in touch via social media or a comment on our live stream on Facebook and YouTube if you do want to get in touch with us here today. There are 1 or 2 messages come in already, which we will bring to you as and when we can. Cars on their way to the grid. There's Stuart Kay's Ford Capri. There's the Volkswagen Golf of Ian Knight, and behind him the Diet Coke liveried BMW of the Australian driver David Griffin. Ian Knight's the head of race car transporters. There's that lovely Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, the wide-arched Escort as well of Malcolm Harding, a lovely variety of saloon cars. Rod Burley at the wheel of his well-known Ford Escort Cosworth, very modified machine. That one, he's taken hundreds of race wins literally with that car over the years. Alex Thistlethwaite in the Ford Mustang. Tom Abbott with his Labatt's lookalike Capri. The pace car heading them down the back of the circuit. Just looking at the grid for this one, it looks like Andy Thompson may not be there with the Seat. I thought we were missing somebody. So I don't think Andy Thompson's Seat Leon is there, which would mean Martin Ellis will be on his own on the front row as the sun starts to burn through the rain clouds here at Thruxton. We had a nice rainbow out earlier on. So thanks to those of you who've stuck with us for the start of our live racing from here at Thruxton today. Bob Bullen in his Lotus Cortina there, number 1. He was originally down to race a Ford Anglia today on the entry list, but he's out in his Lotus Cortina instead. Eddie O'Kane, owner of YourIrishShop.com, supplier of Irish food and drink, in the Hyundai Coupe, ahead of Stuart Kay in the Capri. Alex Thistlethwaite in the Mustang. What a beautiful car that is. Be a handful in the wet, certainly. It looks as though we are unfortunately missing the Seat of Andy Thompson, so he may have had a problem in qualifying. Yeah, he only did 5 laps, everybody else did 9 or 10, looking at the timing sheet. Mike Luck, the pre-83 Group 1 touring car champion with the orange BMW. Tony Paxman with his familiar Mark 1 Escort, been racing that car for many years. There's Trevor Kiffin with the Alfa Romeo 75. Alan Hersey with his Reliance Scimitar. Behind him, the BMW of Richard Ibrahim. At the back of the field, we'll have Anton Martin with the Mark III Ford Escort and Tony Palmer's Lotus Cortina. So they come into line on the grid then. Circuit just beginning to dry out. Full credit once again to the efforts of the marshals to clear any standing water off the circuit. That's why we took the lunch break early and why there's a delay to the start of our racing. So 20 cars out there for 20 minutes of racing. 2 races for the classic touring cars today. Their championships are over and done with. They've all been sealed. We've got 2 of the champions here today, David Griffin and Mike Luck. This is a non-points open race day for club members. And a lovely variety of cars they have assembled for us. Everything from the 60s Cortinas and the Mustang up to much more modern day machines. So they're almost all into position then. Now whether they'll get an extra green flag lap, we're just going to wait and see. I think they will, given the conditions. Still got marshals on the grid at the moment. Anton Martin, the Mark III Escort, lines up. The 30-second board is held out, so I think we're going to get an additional green flag lap before the race gets underway. There's a chance to read out the couple of messages we've had come in during the lunch break. Yep, green flag waves, so they're going to take an additional installation lap. Martinelli is struggling to get going in the Talbot there. So it's the final warming up lap before the race gets underway. They head up towards the right-hander at Allard Corner. Then it's up towards the complex. You can see the sun starting to come out now. It's very, very slippery out there on this very abrasive circuit. Up towards the complex, the right-hander at Campbell, the left at Cobb, the right at Seagrave, all named after British land speed record holders, of course. Out of the complex, it's out into the country. See the airfield buildings there on the centre of the circuit, including the local air ambulance based here at Thruxton. It's through towards Noble and Goodwood. There's Yusuf Osman with his E30 BMW, very smart looking car, that one. Cars have got a little bit out of grid order here on this final warming up lap. There's the car to watch, Rod Burley with the Escort Cosworth, winner of over 600 races in his illustrious career. Recently broke the record of the legendary Jerry Marshall. Cars head out of the ultra-fast Church Corner onto Woodham Hill, climbing up towards the slowest part of the lap at the club chicane. There's Tom Robinson with his awesome Jaguar XJR. Super sounding car, that one is. Just moving back into grid order here. The marshals will bring them to a stop on the grid. Well, there's Martin Ellis, our poleman. He struggled away on this green flag lap. He's now going to retake his pole position slot. Bit of a sudden stop there for Malcolm Harding in the Zack Speed Escort. Beautiful looking car, that is. Marshals with the yellow flags at the front of the grid to get them into line. A couple of messages that have just come in. Hello to John and Chris watching in Hesketh Bank in Lancashire. Hello to you. And Claire Allen says, good luck all the classic touring cars. Shame my son Tom Harvey didn't make this one. Was booked in to race his Mark 1 Escort. Yeah, they've got a bit out of grid order here on that additional installation lap. So Ian Knight gets the Mark II Golf into line. There's David Griffin, the BMW. Another BMW there, Brian Branson. But Rod Burley, I reckon, is going to be the one to watch here. Unusual to see him qualify as low as 9th. So just one car that we're missing. No Andy Thompson on the front row of the grid with the Seat Leon. He was out in qualifying. Okay, they're just about into line then for race number 1 of this weekend here at Thruxton. Green flag is waved by the marshal at the back. All clear is given. 5-second board is held aloft, waiting for the red lights to come on. They do so. When they go out, we will be underway. Lights out, and we are underway and racing. One car hasn't got away. Brian Bransom's BMW. Tony Paxman just dodges him, but it looks like the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus has made the best stars. They head up towards Allard for the first time. Headlights ablaze. It's David Griffin coming through from the second row. Griffin leads as they head up towards the complex for the first time. They'll be under braking for Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave, and it's the pre-93 touring car champion Dave Griffin who's got the lead into the complex. Martin Ellis in the Talbot is in second place. Third is Tom Robinson. He's got away well in the big Jaguar, and it looks like Rod Burley already from 9th on the grid is up into 4th place as they head out into the country for the first time. Robinson, using the power of the Jag, gets up alongside the Talbot. Plenty of battling further back. Brian Branson recovering after almost stalling on the grid there. But Rod Burley looking determined there, chasing down Martin Ellis for 3rd place in the Talbot. Then we've got Ian Knight in the Golf, Yusuf Osman and Malcolm Harding next in the order as they head round the back of the circuit towards the ultra-fast Church Corner. But David Griffin already clearing off in front in the Diet Coke BMW. He's had several wins this year with that car in the pre-93 Touring Car Championship. Leaders head up towards Woodham Hill then. It's Griffin who leads the way in the Diet Coke car. Second place is Tom Robinson using the power of the Jag. Here comes Rod Burley side by side with Martin Ellis. Goes through into 3rd place up Woodham Hill towards the club chicane. Burley will soon be tracking the leaders, I'm sure. And we've got Ian Knight, Malcolm Harding, Yusuf Osman, and that's Brian Branson. He's recovered well next in the order ahead of Tony Paxman with the Mark 1 Escort. You can see just how wet it is there at the club chicane. Mike Luck is next in the order, then Eddie O'Kane, the owner of O'Kane Irish Foods, in the Hyundai Coupe, one of the newest cars on the grid. But it's Griffin who leads the opening lap. Not sure why Tony Palmer's appeared at the top of the times there. There's some sort of error with the timing there, I think. So a bit of confusion on the transponders at the moment. Probably some rain's got into the system. But it is David Griffin who leads. Tom Robinson in that huge Jaguar, recent winner last week at Castle Combe. He gets a big twitch there coming out of the right-hander at Seagrave. Rod Burley in 3rd place. Then a challenge on from Ian Knight on the back of Martin Ellis in the Talbot. They head out towards Noble, then up to Goodwood Corner, out in the country. Tom Robinson in 2nd place in that awesome sounding Jaguar XJR6. Going towards Church Corner then, this long right-hander. Then the next group is Ellis, Knight, Branson, Malcolm Harding challenging Brian Branson. Goes through on the inside, he's going past Ian Knight. Well, look at the 101 car there of Malcolm Harding. He's flying along and he goes past Ellis as well. Goodness me, Malcolm Harding is going like a steam train in that Zack Speed Escort. Brian Branson gets past Ian Knight as well. They're swapping places like there's no tomorrow, coming through towards the club chicane this time. Branson side by side with Ellis on the run up Woodham Hill. He makes up another place, recovering after faltering at the start. Apologies that the timing's all over the place, which is affecting our graphics. There's Yusuf Osman going through, but it is still the BMW of David Griffin up front ahead of Tom Robinson. Then it is Rod Burley. Right, the reason for the confusion on the timing I've just worked out is that the CTCRC running this as a handicap race. So drivers have been given credit laps. We weren't informed of the number of credit laps when the grid sheet was issued. So I'm going to try and pick that up as the race goes on. They weren't given on the initial grid sheet. So on handicap, your race leader given on the graphics as Tony Palmer. We concentrate on the positions on scratch at the moment. So Tony Palmer has been given credit laps because it's cars of very different performance in this race. It's being run as a handicap race. So on handicap, it's Tony Palmer leading. The 41 car in second of Richard Ibrahim with his BMW, and Anton Martin in third in the Escort. But on scratch, David Griffin is being chased down for the lead by Tom Robinson in the Jaguar. Further back in the order, there is Yusuf Osman. There's a lot of his racing down at Liddon Hill in Kent. There's Tony Palmer. He's at the back on track in the Lotus Cortina, but he's leading on handicap. That's the reason for a bit of confusion on my part in the early stages there, so our apologies there. Tony Paxman now ahead of Yusuf Osman. Then Ian Knight in the Golf, who's dropped back somewhat. Eddie O'Kane through next in the Hyundai. Challenge on for second place on track from Rod Burley. Here he comes up onto the back of Tom Robinson. And fourth in the order now, Brian Bransom and Malcolm Harding. They've got the best setup, I think, for these wet conditions. They have flown through the order. The fastest lap by anyone was recorded by Rod Burley, though, 1:36.364 last time around. Handicap leader is still Tony Palmer in the Lotus Cortina as Burley tries to challenge again on the back of Tom Robinson for second place on the road. We've got 14 minutes of this race to go. Here comes Rod Burley then, and Robinson closing up on the leader as well. It's still Dave Griffin who leads on the road. Burley goes through into second place at the inside, into the club chicane. Very easy to go off here over the curbs or straight line it, but they've all kept it on the island so far. Tom Robinson down to third in the beautiful big Jaguar. Didn't see many XJR6s of that generation, and look at the way Brian Bransom is going in his BMW. He's just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:32.790. Down the order, that's more than 3 seconds quicker than anybody else has managed in this race so far. Bransom is flying. Now the leaders on the road are coming up to lap the leader on handicap here. There is Tony Palmer with the Ford Lotus Cortina. He's going to be lapped by the leader on scratch. He's going to lap the leader on handicap, but Rod Burley I think is challenging here to try and take the lead away. There's Palmer. Races in the pre-66 touring car category with his Lotus Cortina, but Rod Burley is going to take the lead on the road. I didn't think it'd be long before he caught David Griffin. Rod Burley has won so more races than I can remember in this Escort Cosworth over the years. He's going to the inside as they go towards Church Corner. The superior traction of the Escort tells, and he goes through. Catch them as they come into the club chicane. There's the number 41 of Richard Ibrahim. He's currently running 10th on handicap. Burley's got the lead now as they head out of Church. Side by side for second, the two BMWs. Look at the way Brian Bransom is going. He's absolutely flying up the order. This is great stuff. Rod Burley using the advantage of four-wheel drive, of course, with the Escort Cosworth WRC, as he calls it. Brian Bransom is really giving chase here. There's another BMW. That is Mike Luck, the pre-83 Group 1 touring car champion. Just had a message come in from Alan Wayman, regular in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. He says, my old Chevy Camaro would have been off on the first lap. So your leader on handicap is still Tony Palmer. Here come the leaders on scratch. Branson closing down our race lead. Let's have a look at the lap times. Rod Burley's last lap was a 1:36.5. Brian Branson, let's find his lap time. It was a 1:34.1. So he is closing up. There is the BMW. It's Palmer who leads on handicap ahead of Tom Abbott in the Ford Capri. Burley is third on handicap, so trying to close up on times. Tony Paxman fourth in the handicap standings, and then it's Eddie O'Kane. Here comes Brian Bransom. Up onto the tail of Rod Burley. This is impressive. The four-wheel drive Escort, the rear-wheel drive BMW. Up Woodham Hill they come. They're coming up to lap Trevor Kiffin in the Alfa Romeo 75. Here's the battle further back. David Griffin and Tom Robinson. Malcolm Harding closing on them as well in the 101. He'll be racing at Mallory Park tomorrow with the special saloons in his Escort. Now, Brian Bransom's met the Alfa Romeo there, the lap traffic, at the worst possible place at the club chicane. That's delayed him a bit. He couldn't get through there. Now, is everybody still running? We've got one car in the pits. Ian Knight has come in with the Golf. I saw that car dropping back. So 5th on the road. There goes Malcolm Harding. We're at half distance, just under 10 minutes to go. Griffin 3rd on the road. Then it's Robinson, but it's now Rod Burley, you can see there on the graphic, that has taken the lead on handicap. So Rod Burley leads on the road and on handicap as well. It's coming up on the other Lotus Cortina there. That is the number 1 of Bob Bullen. Used to race his Ford Anglia for many years. Was entered with an Anglia this weekend, but out in his Lotus Cortina instead. There is Rod Burley, so he's the leader on the road and on handicap now. Winner of hundreds of races in his career. He's raced on the short ovals, in hot rods as well, very successfully. Raced in a Honda Integra at his local circuit of Brands Hatch in recent times. He had a major engine failure with the Escort earlier this year. He's rebuilt it. We got a glimpse there of the Triplex Capri driven by Stuart Kay, the club chairman. Now looking at Brian Bransom's car there, did I see his bonnet starting to come loose? I thought I saw the back edge of the bonnet might be starting to come loose. There's the 3rd place BMW, David Griffin. And in fact, Palmer, having completed another lap, has got the lead back again on handicap. But on handicap, it is close between Palmer and Burley. There's only 0.7 of a second between the two of them. There's Robinson. He's just lapped the Ibrahim BMW there, number 41. There's the Mark III Escort of Anton Martin. Where's he running on handicap? He was quite well up in the early stages. He's down the order now. So Rod Burley the leader on handicap at the moment. Ibrahim in 2nd. And Anton Martin is 3rd. They jump up and down the timing order every time they complete a lap with the handicap system being used. Handicap races used to be very common in UK club racing, but they're rarely seen now. And Brian Bransom, out of the complex, takes the lead on the road from Rod Burley. That's impressive from Brian Bransom. In the 26 car there, he's got the lead away from... Don't tell me Rod Burley's running into problems. Yeah, he's dropped right back there from the BMW, so whether Rod's got a problem, I don't know. But look at the bonnet of the BMW. The rear edge has lifted up there. Let's hope his bonnet's not going to come completely loose and obscure his vision. You can see it there as he passes Alex Thistlethwaite's Ford Mustang. It's right in the driver's eye line as well, that is Brian Bransom, but he's taken the lead from Burley on the road. We have to wait for drivers to come through to complete laps to determine who's leading the way on handicap. We'll have to confirm that later on. It's Bransom who leads on the road. 7 minutes to go. Across the line, the pit crew cheering him on from the pit wall. They're pleased to see Brian Bransom leading. And Rod Burley's into the pits. Rod Burley has pulled into the pit lane just out of our view there. He has got a problem. That's a great shame. So we lose Rod Burley. So 2nd on the road will now be Tom Robinson in the Jaguar. There's the number 1 of Bob Bullen, the 77 Alan Hersey with the Reliant Scimitar. There goes Brian Bransom out of the complex, out into the country. There is, I think that's David Griffin now in 2nd. So have we lost Robinson as well? I couldn't see the Jag in the background there, so David Griffin looks like he's now running in 2nd on the road. Rod Burley clearly had a problem there. He slowed quite dramatically and Brian Bransom came through. See the spray that the BMW is kicking up there as he comes through Church Corner. Up Woodham Hill comes the leader on the road. This This is good stuff from Brian Branson, the 26. Raced this car in a variety of BMW events over the years. Coming up on Stuart Kay, Mr. Chairman in his Ford Capri, triplex liveried car. He waves Brian Branson through. Stuart Kay has raced the triplex Capri at a number of events, including at Goodwood over the years with the sports car hero Jochen Maas has raced that car with Stuart over the years. Of course, the triplex Capri raced in period by the legendary Jerry Marshall, one of the greatest ever saloon car racers. Brian Branson now being shown as leading on handicap. We'll have to wait for everybody else's lap times to cycle through so before we can determine our handicap winner later on. One BMW laps another, the older car of Mike Luck there. Malcolm Harding continuing his good pace. Now, has he got ahead of David Griffin there on the road? We didn't see it, but I think he has. I think it's Harding up into second on the road now. Dave Nixon says, great drive by Branson in the Beamer. Certainly is. There is David Griffin, aka Paul Morris, who won a couple of Australian titles in that liveried car. Now the timing screen showing currently that the handicap race leader is Tony Paxman in the blue Mark 1 Escorts. There's Malcolm Harding, so I think he's second on the road now in the Mark 2 Zaxpeed Escorts as they head up Woodham Hill. Then it's David Griffin, and then Tom Robinson. The Jaguar is still going in fourth place on the road. Malcolm Harding racing superb here. There's the big cat in fourth place. Screams its way almost sideways out of the club chicane. 3.5 minutes of this classic touring car handicap race to go. These four well clear of their opposition. Now, with it being a handicap race, as we say, we won't know who's won on handicap until everybody has taken the checkered flag. So we'd have to wait for everybody to come through before I can declare the results. Jaguar running a bit wide there, coming out of Seagrave towards the curb. It's tricky enough to handle a big Jaguar saloon in the dry, never mind in conditions like this. Tom Robinson got some practice last weekend though at Castle Combe. He took 2 wins in the Jaguar Enthusiasts Club Race Series. He ran combined with another series at Castle Combe in Wiltshire. That's the only 2 retirements so far, Rod Burley and Ian Knight, who brought the Golf in early on. Your handicap leader, according to the timing screen, is Tony Paxman with the Escorts. Stuart Kay just waving the quicker opposition through there. Where is Stuart Kay on handicap? He's 8th in the Capri. There goes Dave Griffin over the line. Quickest lap of the race recorded by Brian Branson, not surprisingly, 1:32.79. As we see Tom Abbott with the Capri, then Yusuf Osman's BMW, and then Eddie O'Kane. Well, I think the conditions may have caught out Martin Ellis, the man who qualified fastest in the Talbot. He's currently running down towards the bottom of the timing screen. We've not really seen the Talbot, it's almost disappeared fairly early on. As the leader heads round Church towards Church Corner, and should be to start his final lap this time. The leader on the road, that is. Tony Paxman still shown as the handicap leader, the Mark 1 Escort. But on scratch it is definitely Brian Branson dominating this race. Past Tom Abbott's Capri, he races in the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series for Everything Ford. Piers Grange won that title for I think the 3rd year running, if memory serves me right, this year with his very modified Mark II Escort, but he's not here this weekend. 35 seconds on the clock as Brian Branson goes over the line, so this will be the final lap. Yes, the last lap board is out from the marshals there. There's the Lotus Cortina. Tony Palmer led on handicap early on. Anyway, once everybody's taken the checkered flag, we will be able to tell you who has taken the handicap victory. There go Harding, Griffin and Robinson, still fairly close together. As the leader on scratch comes out of the complex, past Trevor Kiffin's Alfa Romeo. No, that's Anton Martin, apologies, in the Escort. Leader being held up slightly by Bob Bullen here in the Lotus Cortina. Trevor Kiffin goes through. So the checkered flag is out at the finish line because the timing has gone to 0. Checkered flag in a handicap race goes out as soon as the time goes to 0. So the winner on scratch is going to be Brian Branson. He's coming up Woodham Hill now, we see him there. But it's when everybody's crossed the line that we will find out who has won on handicap. It's showing, as we say, Tony Paxman at the moment on top in the Mark I Escorts. But the leader on scratch just coming through towards the finish line now. An unusual format these days in British club racing, handicap racing. Normally most often seen in vintage car racing from the Vintage Sports Car Club. They're the most common that run them. Now Brian Branson over the line, and he does go to the top on handicap, so I think he's done enough. Yeah, he's gone to the top of the times there by quite a clear margin as well. 14 laps completed, and it's showing us 28 seconds ahead of Tony Paxman. So I think Brian Branson has won on scratch and on handicap. Well done to him. Last couple of cars just making it home. Yep, they're all in now. So Brian Branson confirmed as your winner both on scratch and on handicap as well. Quite an achievement for the BMW man. Second on handicap goes to Tony Paxman in the Mark I Escort. Third is Tom Abbott in the Capri. Eddie O'Kane is fourth on handicap in the Hyundai Coupe. Fifth, Malcolm Harding. He was second on the road in car number 101. Sixth on handicap number 44, Stuart Kay with the Capri. Seventh, number 4 of Tom Robinson in the Jaguar. Eighth, number 34, David Griffin. So Tom Robinson able to overcome Dave Griffin there. Ninth was Mike Luck, number 78. We see him there. And rounding out the top 10, number 41 of Richard Ibrahim with his BMW. 11th on handicap, Alan Hersey's Reliant Scimitar. 12th was Anton Martin in the Escort. 13th, Alex Thistlethwaite's Ford Mustang. 14th, number 75, which is Trevor Kiffin's Alfa Romeo. 15th, Tony Palmer, who was on top on handicap early on. 16th, Yusuf Osman's BMW E30. 17th was Bob Bullen. And 18th, the car that started on pole, Martin Ellis in the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. Rod Burley and Ian Knight failing to finish. So a rare sight there, a handicap race here at Thruxton. And we'll hopefully hear shortly from our winner on handicap and on scratch, Brian Branson, the man from Norwich. Doing enough to overhaul Tony Paxman's lead on handicap there. John says on Twitter, great to see the Zack Speed Escort. Yes, you can see that if you go to Mallory Park tomorrow. Malcolm Harding is out with the special saloons. That's Mallory Park tomorrow. Okay, so hopefully shortly we will hear from our race winner. And next up it will be the Monoposto Tiedman Trophy. I'll have the grid for that one for you fairly shortly. think we can now, in a moment, go down to the paddock. And we will hear from our race winner, Brian Branson, with Steve Jameson in the paddock.
We're down here at Parc Fermé with our race winner, Brian. That was some ride out there in tricky conditions. How do you feel to get over the line and take first place?
That was absolutely awesome. It's the best race I've done all year. The car felt planted. There was no drifting. There was just no nothing. It was just so consistent. All I want to do say is a big thanks, the most thanks ever in the world today, to KMR Motorsport, which is a guy over there, Kai, West Suffolk Racing as well, which are here somewhere, who've also prepped the car. I just want to thanks ever so much to everyone. We've had a bit of a chaotic year in the Kumo Championship. Lots of damages, as you can clearly see. We just thought we'd come out for a weekend, you know, to try and finish the season on a lighter note. And yeah, just thanks ever so much.
Did you expect it to be possible in conditions like this to have a drive as good as you did?
Not, to be honest with you, no, I didn't. I didn't, to be honest with you. No, that was. That started off quite tricky because I stalled it on the grid. So I had to make my way through the pack on the first couple of laps. But yeah, once I got got my feel into it, I was away.
Right, look, it's been a fantastic race for you. Still plenty to come this afternoon.
Yeah, we're here tomorrow as well. We're here tomorrow as well.
And planning on more first places, I imagine.
Well, I don't know. We'll see. I can't guarantee that.
Well, driving like that will get you pretty close, mate. Congratulations on the big win.
Thanks ever so much.
Dave, it's back to you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Steve. Well done to Brian Branson. We'll try and give you the results of that one when we can. Yes, Brian Branson taking the win on handicap, 14 laps completed, finishing ahead of Tony Paxman, second on handicap in the Mark 1 Escort. Tom Abbott's Capri was third, ahead of Eddie O'Kane in the Hyundai. Then it was Malcolm Harding and Stuart Kay, fifth and sixth in their Fords. The big jag of Tom Robinson, seventh, ahead of David Griffin, Mike Luck and Richard Ibrahim completing the top 10 in their BMWs. Next up, it's the Monoposto Tiedman Trophy, the first of two races for the single-seaters for them today, and we've got some interviews with a couple of the drivers.
Some fantastic action already, and it's about to get even more fast and furious. It's the Tiedman Championships here at Thruxton, the final weekend of the Tiedman Championships, and it's been so entertaining over the course of the last couple of meets that we can't wait to get going here at Thruxton in the wet. The car behind you see there, the number 3, that's Jay Timms. He's on pole. We can't wait to see how Jay goes after qualifying earlier. We spoke to him and a couple of other drivers ahead of the big race. Okay, here with Chris Lord ahead of the race. Chris, how did qualifying go for you? Very damp out there, but you seem to find some success.
Yeah, it's very wet. The car was skipping around quite a lot, and obviously coming up behind other cars, you really can't see where you're going. It's yeah, a bit of hit and miss.
It looked like a lot of fun though.
I think
at least to watch, maybe not to drive in.
I think it'll be a lot of fun in the race because that's a different kettle of fish altogether. Then you're really going for it, and you're not too worried, you know, about trying to make some space to get a time for a lap. That was the biggest problem this morning, was trying to find some space to do a decent lap. Every lap I had, I was coming up against people in slow places where it wasn't possible to overtake. So I'm hoping for better this afternoon.
Obviously, final weekend of the Tiedman Championships this weekend. How much have you enjoyed racing in it?
Yeah, it's been very good. In fact, I've done the whole Monoposto Championship all through the year as well. It's a nice way to finish the season.
And in terms of how you're wanting to finish the season, qualified first in class, what are your hopes for the race itself?
2 wins in class. I've got no chance of overall wins because the car's a lot less powerful, but I definitely want two class wins.
And in terms of the car itself, we'd love you to talk us through it if you don't mind. What sort of hardware are we dealing with here?
Okay, it's a Reynard SF86, so it's a 1986 Formula Ford 2000 car. I raced Formula Ford 2000 in period at the time, and I always wanted one of these. And when this came up for sale at the beginning of the year, I thought, yeah, let's go for it. And I bought the car in Germany, so I bought it literally from looking at photographs. Drove down there one weekend, picked it up and brought it back. The previous history of the car, I've got no idea. The guy I bought it off of just did 1 or 2 races in Germany and Belgium over a couple of year period, but he wasn't an out-and-out racer. He's really just looking to enjoy himself. So there's been quite a bit of work to do to set the car up this year to get it to the point that it is now, but it now seems pretty good.
Well, we've enjoyed watching you race it so far. Best of luck this weekend.
Thanks very
See you
much.
with Jay Timms on.
Okay, good to hear from Chris Lord there. He's the overall championship leader. This is a class-based championship for the Reprise IT-sponsored Monoposto Racing Club Tiedman Trophy. We've got the grid for you here. Let's have a look at the grid for this first race of the weekend then. It's an all motorcycle engine front row. Jason Timms in his Dallara is on pole alongside Dan Clues. He was a double winner at Donington Park in the second of this 3-round championship in his Jedi Mark 6. He completes the front row. Second row, Jim Blockley, a real veteran of Monoposto racing in the classic class with his Rolts. Alongside him, the only Formula 3 class car here this weekend as the cars move off on their green flag lap. Lee Fern completes the second row in his Dallara. Third row, it's Terry Clark in his Van Diemen and Will Cox in his Rolts, the other classic class runner. The fourth row, number 77, Nigel Davis, and 99 of Matt Jordan. Fifth row, Jeff Fern, number 7, and number 117, the man we heard from, Chris Lord, the overall championship leader, pace setter in the 1800cc category. The sixth row, Bryn Tutel, very quick in wet conditions, so keep an eye on him in his Van Diemen alongside Ian Hughes, number 21. The seventh row, number 12, Phil Davis, and 52 of Phil Chappell. The eighth row, Sam Don in his Scarab, number 73, and number 57, Edward Guest, the Monoposto Racing Club chairman, in his Anson. The ninth row, 69, Edward Falkingham with his Jedi, and David Jones with his 1982 Van Diemen. At the back of the grid, Roger Wright should be there, number 59, in his Speeds, although he didn't complete a lap in qualifying. No, I don't think Roger's there, unfortunately. Well, there's Jim Blockley. Second row of the grid, number 28, one of the most experienced men on this grid. Nice mixture of these small single-seaters, racing in memory of Frank Tiedman, founder of the Monoposto Racing Club. Would have been his 100th birthday this year, so fitting way to honour his memory. There's David Jones at the back of the grid in his Formula Ford 2000 spec Van Diemen RF82. But number 117, Chris Lord, could be the man to watch. If he wins the 1800 class, then he'll go some way to securing the Tiedman Trophy title. Jason Timms in pole position is in contention as well. There is the number 3 car. The Timms family have raced for many, many years in this category. Jason is on top in the mono motorcycle 1400cc engine category. Matt Jordan's in with a chance as well, number 99. He's 8th on the grid. He needs to win the 2 litre category, car number 99. There he is, the black car with the white rear wing, just ahead of the number 7, which is Jeff Fern. And number 117 is Chris Lord. We've also got out there, yes, Jeff Fern, the leader of the 1600 category. And he's on pole in that class. So if they win their classes, they'll keep within a chance of the Tiedman Trophy title. There's number 21, Ian Hughes, in his 1993 Dallara. Behind him, the Formula Ford Van Diemen of number 12, Phil Davis, the wingless car. Everything from Formula 3 downwards, basically, these small single-seaters. We saw them in action a few weeks ago at Silverstone. On that occasion, Chris Woodhouse was a double winner in his motorcycle engine Jedi. Chris Woodhouse, unfortunately, not here this weekend. Dan Clues was the double winner at Donington Park, but he didn't appear at Silverstone, so not in contention for the Tiedman Trophy Championship. So those 4 we mentioned, Chris Lord, Jason Timms, Matt Jordan and Jeff Fern, that will be the title contenders, but they need to win their classes. 7 classes in the total in this field. They get into position on the grid then. Looks like we've got 18 of the 19 qualifiers out there. No Roger Wright, sadly, at the back. This will be a 20-minute race. The speeds will ramp up here. Away we go then. Down towards the first corner. Super start by Dan Clues from the outside of the front row. He's away and gone. A lightning start by the little lightweight Jedi as they head up towards the complex for the first time. And Jason Timms rather caught napping there, the man from Gloucestershire in the Dallara. He's in second place, going up the inside into third. That looks like possibly Terry Clark in the number 32 car. We'll confirm that in a moment as they come through to complete the first lap. As Timms has a go. Oh, the leader got sideways there coming out of the complex, and Jason Timms didn't need asking twice. He goes through into the lead as they start to sort themselves out. It is Jason Timms who got better traction out of the complex there. That little Jedi struggling to pull all its motorcycle engine power down. In third place is that's the number 33 car. It's Lee Fern, in fact, in third place with his Dallara, not Terry Clark. Apologies there as they head round the back of the circuit for the first time. It's Jason Timms who has got the lead, the man in the Moto 1400 class this weekend, the only runner in that category, so he just has to finish to win his class. So through into second place has come Lee Fern in the number 33 car, the man running in the Formula 3 class. Here's Terry Clark moving through past Jim Blockley. Also moving up the inside is one of the Team Fern cars, the number 99. Look at the traction that number 99 car is getting there. That's Matt Jordan. He's gone past Jim Blockley's all over the place. He's losing places like there's no tomorrow here. He's going backwards, Jim Blockley, in the 28. Won more monoposto races than I can remember over the years, but I don't think he's going to win this one. It's Timms that leads as they complete the first lap ahead of Fern. Clues down to third, Clark is fourth, then Matt Jordan fifth. But Matt Jordan, more crucially, not leading the Mono 2000 class at the moment. It's Terry Clark leading that category in fourth place. Will Cox leads the classic division. He's just got through into sixth position overall. You can see the class leaders there on the right of your picture. Chris Lord is leading the 1800 class. That's where he needs to be to try and take the overall Tiedman Trophy championship. Jason Timms out in front then. Only man in the Moto 1400 class this weekend for motorcycle engined cars. Flash of flame there from the exhaust of Lee Fern's car, the only Formula 3 class spec car out there this weekend. There are some older Formula 3 cars further back in the field, but they're running in different classes. These two, the slightly heavier cars, slightly bigger anyway, moving through first and second. Dan Clues in third place, used to compete in the F1000 championship, for whom Jedi build the chassis. Jedi Mark, well known for its hill climb cars as well, and he's lost a place there. Terry Clark has come through into third. It's Matt Jordan fifth, and in sixth position, that's Bryn Tootle. Now, we said that Bryn likes the wet conditions, the ex-Formula 2 stock car racer from Lancashire in the number 26 car, and he's up into sixth ahead of Jim Blockley, who continues to slide down the order, but he has got the class lead back again from Will Cox in the 44. See it there, the classics running first and second, Blockley and Cox for the older Rolt RT3 cars. They're both Rolt Formula 3 cars, those two. Jeff Fern leads the 1600 class further back, another veteran of this championship. Got one car into the pits at the end of that lap, which is Sam Don in the Scarab. Sam in the 1600 category. There's Terry Clark still ahead of Dan Clues, who could lose another place here. Matt Jordan is challenging now. Matt Jordan wants to go after Terry Clark. He'll need to leapfrog Dan Clues first of all, who made that lightning start but has now gone backwards. Still Jason Timms who leads the way. You've seen Jim and Jeremy Timms represent the family in monoposto racing over the years as well. Lee Fern in second place in the red car there with the white wings. Terry Clark in third. Clues under pressure from Matt Jordan. Then it's Bryn Tootle. Then a gap back to Blockley, Cox, Jeff Fern and Nigel Davers in the 77 car. Another member of Team Fern Racing is up the inside. Matt Jordan goes through up into fourth place. So he's got past Dan Clues. That won't affect his points because he's running in a different class. He needs to catch Terry Clark, but the safety car is coming out. We've got the safety car coming out. Now, why is that? Have we got somebody off somewhere? We've got another car into... Oh, I've just noticed on the timing stream, we've got another car into the pits, and it's Chris Lord. Now, the championship leader is in the pits. He's got a problem. There's the reason for the safety car. We've got a car off. Well, there's Sam Don in the pit lane. We've got a car off at Seagrave on the exit of the complex. I can't see who it is at the moment. I think that's Jim Blockley. I think that's Jim Blockley that's spun off into the barriers there. It looks like the livery of Jim's Rolt RT3, so it looks like we've lost Jim. Yeah, he's dropping down the timing screen, but more crucially for the championship, Chris Lord has pulled into the pits in car 117. He's had a problem. Now, whether he'll be able to rejoin, because if he doesn't win the 1800 category, it could write him out of the championship. But let's just have a look at the entries for this one. The other entries in the 1800s are towards the back. It will be Phil Davis in the Formula Ford car that will take the category lead. There is Jim Blockley's car. He's gone off at the complex. He's out of the car and is okay. Marshall's just wheeling the car to the safety of behind the barriers there. That's why we've got the safety car. So Timms leads it from Fern, the car's hold station. It's Clark third, then Jordan, Clues, Tutel. Then up into 7th place, it is the number 69 of Ed Falkingham with his Jedi, the Yorkshireman. Nigel Davers is next. Then Ian Hughes and Will Cox. Will Cox now leading the classic class, of course, because Jim Blockley is out of the race. So class leaders, Moto 1400 is Jason Timms, F3 is Lee Fern, the 2000 class is Terry Clark. That's Sam Don's car in the pits, number 73. Other class leaders, the classics Will Cox. Moto 1000 is led by Dan Clues. The 1600s by Jeff Fern, so he's still in championship contention. And the 1800s now led by Phil Davis in the blue number 12 Formula Ford car, because Chris Lord appears to be out of the race. Safety car still out. Once those flashing lights on top of the Ford safety car there go out, it means it's coming in this lap. Now it should come in this lap, because you can see there Jim Blockley's car has been moved away behind the marshal's post there to a position of safety. So a slightly reduced field. We've lost 3 cars, 2 in the pits, 1 in the barriers. The yellow car there, that's Edward Guest, the chairman of the Monoposto Racing Club, racing the Anson SA4. You can see work going on here on Sam Don's car. Sam and Martin Don used to be regulars in the Formula V Championship, the Volkswagen engine cars. That is a Formula V chassis, the Scarab that they're running. 44 goes through there, Will Cox, the classic leader. There's number 7, that's Jeff Fern. There is Edward Guest in the Anson. Behind him we've got the 52 car, which is Phil Chappell, driving for Avit Motorsports. Lights still on atop the safety car at the moment. Are they going to go out as it comes up Woodham Hill? Not at the moment. Now they have gone out as I say that, so we are going to go racing this time. We've got just under 11 minutes of the race to go, so we're coming up towards half distance in this first race of the weekend for the Monoposto Racing Club Tiedman Trophy. So here we go, getting ready to go racing once again. Here we go. The Tiedman Trophy, race 1 gets back underway. Track slowly but surely drying out, as you can see, after the deluge this morning. Green flag waves from the marshals. We're back underway. Jason Timms with the lead, ahead of Lee Fern in the 33, the Formula 3 Dallara. Terry Clark in 3rd place, number 32, with his Van Diemen from the year 2000. So it's Dallara chassis 1st and 2nd, but with quite different engines with them. Lee Fern, a 2-litre Formula 3 car. Jason Timms with a 1400cc motorcycle engine in his. Dan Clues coming under fire there for 5th from Bryn Tutel. Keep an eye on the Lancashire driver moving through the order. It's the class leaders we need to keep an eye on, our championship contenders. One of them in the pits, Chris Lord, has retired from the race. Is that Phil Davis I saw going slowly there at the back? We'll keep an eye on the number 12 as well. But it's Timms that leads the way as they come through Church Corner. Lee Fern in second place, and you can see how Timms has pulled away here already on this restart. If he wins this, he'll take the Moto 1400 class and keep his championship hopes very much alive. Second place is still Lee Fern. Third position is Terry Clark. Closing up on them now is Matt Jordan. He's a championship contender as well. Then it's Tootle. He's got ahead of Clues, who's under fire now from the next man in the order, which is the 69 car of Ed Falkingham. Leaders have already gone through. They'll be coming up shortly to lap the number 47 of David Jones. The lead was 1.5 seconds at the end of that lap for Timms ahead of Fern. Clark a further 2.3 seconds back in third place, and Matt Jordan just under a second back in fourth. Yep, David Jones slows up, lets the leader through there at the complex. Now we can see the class leaders. Timms leads Moto 1400, Fern F3. The Mono 2000 class is led by Terry Clark. Matt Jordan needs to catch and pass him to keep his championship hopes alive. Dan Clues leads Moto 1000. Then Will Cox is ahead in the classic category. Ahead of Edward Guest. Will Cox on my original entry list was entered for the 1600 category, so he must have changed car. 1600 class is led by Jeff Fern, and it's Phil Davis who leads the 1800s. Yes, Will Cox was originally entered in a Van Diemen, but he's in the Rolls RT3, so that was the source of one bit of confusion for me earlier on. He's changed car and therefore changed class, as the leader heads a little bit wide there coming into the club chicane. He's looking for the dry line. Now, 1.5 seconds was the gap last time through. Terry Clark under fire. Here comes Bryn Tootle. He won't like the way conditions are drying out here. The lead is up to 2 seconds, so half a second gain there by Timms, who's done a new fastest lap of the race, 1:27.038 this time through for Jason Timms. They're over 4 seconds clear of Terry Clark now. Tootle is up to fourth. He's got ahead of Matt Jordan, or he was ahead at the line. We'll pick them up as they come into the complex together. Dan Clues is down to sixth, and it's Falkingham, Hughes, Cox and Nigel Davis next in the order. Jeff Fern, next in the order. Lee Fern trying to give chase with just under 7 minutes of the race to go. It won't affect his points if he catches Jason Timms here, but he'll have the glory of the overall win. They're in different classes, of course, these two. There's Matt Jordan, number 99, in 5th position now. Bryn Tootle lapping in the 1:28. He's the third fastest car on track behind our two race leaders. And yes, he has got third position away out on the back of the circuit there. Bryn Tootle is up into third place. Now that's put him into the lead of his class as well. He leads the 2000 class ahead of Terry Clark. So Matt Jordan's only third in class now, and this will damage his hopes of the Tiedman Trophy Championship. He's there behind them, look, the number 99. This is for the Mono 2000 class lead. They've got Dan Clues behind them, who led off the line, has dropped back to 6th, not liking the conditions. 6 minutes of the race still to go, so it could still all change. Well, Jason Timms is reeling off the fastest laps, 1:26.406 that time through. The lead's up to 4.7 seconds. He's pulled away by nearly 3 seconds on that last lap. This is brilliant from Jason Timms. Bryn Tootle in third. He's got ahead of Terry Clark now. It's Jordan 5th. But more significantly, only third in class. As Lee Fern runs a bit wide there coming out of Seagrave. It's still very slippery out there. You can see the spray being thrown up on the exit of the complex. Out on the back of the circuit and towards the club chicane, it is very slightly drier unless you go offline. Still slippery though, they need to be careful here. That's what Jason Timms is doing. He's got a lot of experience in monoposto single-seater racing. We've lost the number 77 of Nigel Davis somewhere. He was running just on the edge of the top 10. He's in the Moto 1000 category, which is led by Dan Clues. So Nigel Davis out of the race. So the leader comes through the chicane to complete what will be his 9th lap. It Was 4.73 seconds. It's going to be more than that this time through, certainly. Lee Fern just coming through the chicane now. The leader's already gone across the line. Tutel third, then it's Clark, Jordan, Clues and Ed Folkingham going well in his Jedi, number 69 there. 8.5 seconds now. He's pulled out 4 seconds on that last lap. This is a demolition job by Jason Timms. Look at the way he's pulled clear here. You can't even see Lee Fern as they come through the complex. Tim's out on his own now. He's got the setup clearly absolutely correct. Now where is Fern? There he is, and Bryn Tutel's catching him. Bryn Tutel took 3 seconds out of Lee Fern on that last lap, and he's going for second place here. Whether Lee Fern's got a problem, I'm not sure. Whether he's just got the setup wrong for the conditions. There we see the class leaders, Timms, Fern, Tutel. Dan Clues leads Moto 1000. The classic class still led by Will Cox. 1600s by Jeff Fern, keeping him in championship contention, and Phil Davis in the 1800s. This is going to change things in terms of the championship. It's Chris Lord with a no score here. He'll remain on 76 points. Well, Jason Timms will move on to at least 93 with a class win. He'll take 20 points. Here comes Bryn Tutel attacking for second place. Look at this as they come down towards the club chicane. I don't think he's close enough this time. Into the chicane, Fern will hold second. Everybody else is now starting to bottle up behind them, look, because we've got the 2 black cars of Clark and Jordan behind them. Now Bryn Tutel wants to get past Lee Fern because he's in a different class. The 2 cars behind him are in the same class as Bryn Tutel, so he'll want to put a buffer between him and his class rivals. It's just under 3 minutes of the race to go. Jason Timms is now 11.5 seconds up the road. He's just on a 1:25.959, pulling away by another 3 seconds or so on that last lap from his opposition. Here comes the opposition, and yes, Lee Fern very much the cork in the bottle here. Everybody behind him doing personal best. They're in the 1:27s, 1:28s. Last lap for Lee Fern was a 1:29. Are we going to see a change for second? Bryn Tutel ready to attack. Number 26, used to be number 600 in his stock car racing days. I remember seeing him race his Formula 2 stock car on many occasions. He's attacking Lee Fern here for second. He's not going to go through at Church Corner, surely. No, he's not close enough at the moment, but he might be close enough into the club chicane if he can get the line right this time. He may not wait for the club chicane. Look at this, he's right on the tail of Lee Fern. Clark and Jordan just looking on behind. Matt Jordan just hoping that something will happen ahead of him here because he wants the class lead. But look at Terry Clark up the outside. Watch the 32 car up alongside Bryn Tutel. Bryn had to defend there and then doesn't get the chance to attack Lee Fern. Matt Jordan under fire. Look at Ed Folkingham go in the little Jedi trying to get round the outside. He's never going to get round there, surely. No, he's gone across the chicane. Now he's gained a place as a result of that. He came out ahead of Matt Jordan. He might get a penalty for that. Meantime, there was enough for 2 more laps as they crossed the line, and the order has certainly chopped and changed there. Now, has Ed Folkingham dropped back again as a result of that? No, I don't think he has. I think that's Matt Jordan that's dropped back, actually. Yeah, he's dropped behind Dan Clues because he was delayed by Ed Folkingham rejoining in front of him. While that was going on into the complex, Bryn Tutel has taken second place ahead of Lee Fern. So it's Tutel now second overall, Fern is third, Clark fourth, Folkingham's up to fifth, but he straight lined the chicane, so he could get a penalty for that. Dan Clues and Matt Jordan are next, and Matt Jordan is going to be frustrated, to say the least, in there. He needed a class win. He's only third in class at the moment. His rivals Terry Clark and Bryn Tutel ahead of him. Well, Tim's now at 14.5 seconds up the road. He's lapping 3 seconds quicker than everybody else on track. Lee Fern still in second place ahead of, third place ahead of Terry Clark. It's Tutel up into second. It's all about the class victories. Jeff Fern's in a good position, so is Jason Timms. Matt Jordan is not. Look at this, they've met a back marker there. That's a couple of back markers being lapped. Phil Chappell and the 12 of Davis. Folkingham, has he got ahead of Terry Clark? He has there. So Folkingham gains another place. There's Phil Chappell, there's Phil Davis, and Matt Jordan's going to lose another place because round the outside of him goes Dan Clues to take that place back again. The clock has gone to 0. We're on the last lap now. Jason Timms is going to win overall and take the Moto 1400 category. It looks as though Bryn Tutel is going to take the Mono 2000 category. He's safe in second. Lee Fern leading the F3 class. He's the only entry in that class, of course. But Ed Falkingham can scent an overall podium here with the little Jedi. And Lee Fern dives out wide. He's almost onto the grass there, coming through the exit of the complex. So it's not all over for third place yet. We know that Jason Timms has got the race in the bag unless he has a mechanical failure. But what order are they going to finish in behind him in this Tiedman Trophy race 1? Rear wing almost shaking there on Terry Clark's number 32 car. Now you can see it wobbling about there. I hope his rear wing's not going to break, because he will be off in the split second if that comes off. Well, Jason Timms is going to come in to take the win. And Falkingham a little bit sideways there coming out of Church, so Terry Clark will get up alongside him on Woodham Hill. Yep, they're all over each other for third place. Timms is going to take the win ahead of Tootle, and they will win their classes. Look at Terry Clark up the outside there. It's all a braking contest into the club chicane. Lee Fern defends from Terry Clark. The win is going to go to Jason Timms, though. Oh, Falkingham's lost it. Under pressure there. Falkingham spins. Nice recovery, but at the expense of 2 places. And Dan Clues is going to get up alongside him. That's for the class win as well. It's a photo finish in the 1000cc class. I think Falkingham just got it. Meantime, the win has gone. The win's gone to Bryn Tootell. What's happened to Jason Timms? Bryn Tootell's crossed the line first. Where's Timms gone? Well, we were so busy concentrating on the battle for third, we've lost Jason Timms. Where's he gone? So Bryn Tootell has won it. Lee Fern in second. Well, I was just saying on that last lap, unless he has a major mechanical failure. There's 2 cars at the Marshalls post there at the complex. No, one of those is Nigel Davers, the black and orange car. We lost him early on. And Jim Blockley's the other one. But where did Jason Timms go? He has not come through. So the win has gone to Bryn Tootell, number 26. Second is Lee Fern. Terry Clark is third. But what happened to Jason Timms? Right, we can tell you the other class winners, because of course Jason Timms was the only entry in his class. The Mono 2000 class won by Bryn Tootell ahead of Terry Clark. And Matt Jordan only third in class. That's going to affect his championship chances. Lee Fern wins the F3 class, number 33. The Moto 1000 class has gone to Ed Falkingham. Despite that spin on the last corner, he was able to hold off Dan Clues on the run to the line. The Classic class has gone to Will Cox. Let's have a look again at that last corner. Ed Falkingham just under too much pressure. Back end stepped out on him and round he went. Nice recovery. And then up to the line. Dan Clues sensed the chance of getting past, and that would have won him the class. But not quite. As they cross the line there. The other class victories. Number 7, Jeff Fern, won the 1600 class. And I think that's put him into the overall lead of the championship, Jeff Fern. There's Jason Timms. Now, where on the circuit is that? What has happened? I can't see any damage to the car there, so whether he's had a mechanical failure. That's out on the back of the circuit, going towards Noble and Goodwood, I think. So that must have been just as I was saying, as long as he doesn't have a mechanical failure. I think I'll put the curse of the commentator on him. Okay, we're going to head down and talk to, in the paddock, our race winner in just a moment, Bryn Tootell. What an extraordinary finish. Just shows in motor racing it is never over until that checkered flag goes down. Poor Jason Timms. The recovery vehicle coming in to pick the car up. That is such a shame for Jason. And that, I think, means, as the was the only one of the championship contenders to win his class. Jeff Fern now leads the championship overall. We're going to head down to the paddock meanwhile to hear from our race winner.
Yeah, thank you very much. Down here in Parc Fermé with our race winner. For much of that race, it didn't look like we were going to be speaking to you here, but a crazy final lap, and you've taken the race win. What an amazing finish in the end.
Yeah, you have to raise the speed, missing it here, don't you? You're just going to check it when it comes, and that's just a bit of luck, weren't we? Had a bit of luck.
You were very busy through the race, constantly overtaking from midway through. It's something that was very well earned in the end.
Yeah, kept my head, you know, normally I can lose it early doors, but I just kept it going. I knew staying it, you'll always be thereabouts, you know what I mean?
And the word going in is you thrive in these wet conditions. It started to dry up a little bit through the race, but you actually seemed to get better as it dried.
Yeah, I enjoyed it, yeah. I used to race stock cars, so it's a bit healthier a little bit, really, yeah.
And in terms of the standings in the championship, obviously going to do you no harm. Looking forward to the final race?
Yeah, of course, yeah. It's a shame it's not dry, because I were after that record, but we won't get it today.
Maybe next time. Hey, best of luck for the next race. Congratulations. Thank you, mate.
Well, we'll confirm the results in a second of our first reprise IT Monoposto Tiedman Trophy. Here it is. Bryn Tutel taking the overall win, and he takes the 2000 class. Second overall, Lee Fern, he wins the F3 class, and third was Terry Clark. Ed Falkingham takes fourth and wins the Mono 1000 class ahead of Dan Clues in fifth. Matt Jordan sixth, only third in the 2000 class. That's not what he wanted. Seventh goes to Ian Hughes. Then Will Cox, winner of the classic category. Then Edward Guest behind him. Jeff Fern in 10th. He wins the 1600 class, and I think that means he is now in the lead of the overall championship. Jason Timms shown as 11th on the timing, but he will not be classified as a finisher, unfortunately. He didn't complete the last lap. Then Phil Chappell, Phil Davis, David Jones, and the rest of them. Well, next up on track, it's the big rigs, the BTRA Truck Racing Championship, as soon as the track is clear. And we heard from some of the drivers earlier on.
Well, Dave, welcome to Thruxton. It is pretty damp. How are you feeling ahead of the racing this weekend? Obviously, practice has just gone down. How are you finding it?
Yeah, we were fast in the very wet conditions at the start of practice, but it was only free practice one. We're an hour away from qualifying yet still, so there's time for the weather to change substantially. It could either start to dry out or it could start running rivers again. So we went back to a go-to setup that we've got for such wet conditions. That seemed to be working brilliant. Didn't see the point in taking any risks in free practice really after that. So when we stopped on lap 6, we were quickest by a big margin. As the track dried out, the other lads have caught up, but qualifying will be it'll be the press the reset button ready for qualifying now.
And in terms of how you guys approach this, obviously we know how it works usually with cars, but from those who might not be familiar with trucks, do you have to approach it differently with the wet, or does the added weight make a bit of a difference for you?
Yeah, I guess the aquaplaning comes at a later stage in the truck than it does in the car, because you've got more weight, you've got more pressure pushing the thing down on the road. But then you've got more momentum and more weight, and if you do lose control of it and you do get in an aquaplaning situation, you really are a passenger. So you've got to be smart in these conditions, and you've got to be a bit lucky as well.
Always.
Yeah.
And in terms of the championship itself, it's on a knife edge really. Couldn't really be much closer at the top of the standings. You're one of those drivers going for the win in the championship this year. What are your thoughts coming into it?
We just need a solid race performance this weekend, solid points haul. There's no good worrying about the championship yet. At this point in time, we're 10 races away from the end of the championship. You could either say we're 1 week away, which puts you under pressure, or you could actually look at it at we're only 50% of the way through the season because of the way the season is. So, we're remaining very optimistic, positive, pragmatic, and mainly grounded. 2 feet firmly on the floor. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, just don't slip up, hey. And it's just lastly before we let you go, Thruxton is a track which is very fast, historically very wide, allows for a bit of intense racing on the straights. How do you like racing here?
Yeah, I've raced at Thruxton since 1998. I don't think I've ever missed a year, so
My maths isn't that great this time in the morning. 22 years or 23 years. And we love racing at Thruxton. Normally it's barbecue weather, but definitely not this weekend. I was just thinking back to about 2007 was the last time it really rained here, and Matt Summerfield and I still talk about it, you know, side by side on the lock stops through Church Speedway styly, and I think that's one of those sort of defining moments in my whole career, really. It's a great place to race.
So what you're saying is don't blink in the races today, it's going to be pretty historic.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
Cheers. Down here in the paddock with Stuart Oliver. Stuart, it's pretty wet out there, don't need me to tell you that. How was practice for you?
It was interesting. I think it's a few years since I've actually been at Thruxton in the wet, and it certainly keeps you on your toes. It's sort of the actual circuit is good. It's just where there's running water, and you can be mid-corner in the apex, and then there's a stream of water. So it was all right. Went all right. You know, we've got a lot left to go. You know, that was just the first practice. Qualified is the key one, which is the next session. But quite happy, really. Quite happy with that. You know, sort of there's a bit more left in the tank yet.
And in terms of racing in the wet, is that something you tend to thrive on, or do you prefer it when it's a little bit drier?
No, I like the wet. You know, it certainly keeps you really on your toes, you know, because it's all about, you know, sort of throttle control, steering angle in the right gear, and you know, you're using the torque of the engine rather than the power of the engine, if that makes sense. But you know, you've just got to just gently sort of be, you know, in the right gear on the right RPM at the right position to get a good exit.
And we've seen you throughout the championship, right in amongst the top of the pack. You've been regular at the front of the leads. Is that something you set a sight on at the start of a weekend, or do you just try and take every race as it comes?
Oh no, I come racing to win races. You know, I enjoy it, obviously, you know, but ultimately we come to win races, win championships, and it doesn't always happen. But you know, been fortunate in the past; it's happened quite a bit. So, you know, we just hope. We had a few teething problems at Donington Park at the beginning of the season, which put us back a little bit. But we're reeling the points in, so see what happens, you know, this weekend.
And lastly, Stuart, I just want you, if you wouldn't mind, just to sort of guide us through the setup you've got yourself here, because I think it's safe to say this isn't your average truck. What are you looking at here when you're racing? If we can get the camera in there,
well, you know, starting from the left side here, that's basically just a simple rear view camera. There's a camera, you know, perched up on the top of the back of the cab, gives me a view to the rear, because in these conditions your mirrors are, you know, they're just a waste of time. You know, you can't see anything. There's that much spray and water. So that's your rear view. This is the boost gauge, which tells, you know, so the boost pressure of, you know, compressed air coming from the turbocharger going into the engine. So the higher you can get that, the more power you can get out the engine. And then the main screen, this has all the brake temperatures for each wheel. It has your GPS speed, your actual speed, your lap times, your RPM, engine RPM, so all the data you need and more is on that screen. And then the bank of switches is, you know, your usual lights, wipers, horn, you know, which you would have in a conventional truck, or even indicators over there. Then radio to the guys in the pit crew. And then the pressure gauges here are all foot brake pressures back and front, water pressures going to cool the brakes. And then all the switches on the right hand side are sort of engine mapping control for different torque levels, and water control, and sort of for brake water cooling and intercooler cooling. So it's quite and then 4 buttons on the steering wheel as well, just add to it for there.
Fair amount to think about then, is that fair to say?
There's plenty to think about, as well as trying to get around the corner. So yeah, you've
in the wet with 10 of the trucks behind you.
Exactly. Okay, hopefully behind us, yeah.
Well, that's the plan, Stuart. Yeah. Best of luck this weekend, and we can't wait to watch you.
Thank you very much.
Well, good to hear from Stuart Oliver there, talking us through some of the workings of a race truck. He lines up third on the grid for the first race of the weekend for the BTRA Truck Racing Championship, presented this weekend by Lenham Storage, also GT Tyres. Lenham Storage also providing the pace truck. More on that in a moment, but we'll give you the grid first of all. In pole position, it is Stuart Oliver's teammate, number 11, Martin Gibson, taking his first ever pole position in UK truck racing, with a lap right at the end of the session, a 146.411. Alongside him, number 69, David Jenkins, who we also heard from there. And on the second row will be Stuart Oliver alongside the number 95, which is Ricky Collett. The rolling lap about to get underway then. Third row, number 18, John Newell, and number 81, Mark Taylor. Then the fourth row, Ryan Smith, the reigning champion, looking for his fourth straight title this year. Ryan had an off in qualifying earlier on today, so lines up only 7th on the grid, alongside the number 22, which is driven this weekend by Shane Brereton, not by Ollie James, who we normally see in the Freightliner. It is Shane Brereton on the grid this time around. Row 5 on his own is number 86 of Tom O'Rourke. Then there's a gap, and we've got the 8 Division 2 trucks, and they are headed by number 3, Stephen Powell, in his yellow MAN. There he is, just going through now. Alongside him will be number 42, his championship rival Luke Garrett, the reigning Division 2 champion. Second row Division 2 is number 68, Craig Reed, alongside number 6, John Powell. Then we've got number 50, which is the man from Holland, Willem Bredik. And number 10 alongside him is Craig Evans. And finally, number 41, first appearance of the season for Simon Cole in his pink Mercedes. And number 99, Paddy Mack, Paul McCumsky. The pace truck that's out there, driven by Trucker Jono, as he's known, John Levitt, based at the Weyhill depot of Lenham Storage, fairly local to Thruxton. He's got his own YouTube channel as well. He'll be filming his pace truck exploits today, so you can check out his YouTube channel. Look for Trucker John O on YouTube. And this pace truck is a Volvo FH, fuelled by liquefied natural gas. Good to see Lenham Storage getting involved in alternative fuels. And there is the pace truck, fuelled by LNG, liquefied natural gas. That reduces emissions from that truck by 20%. Fuel tank stored at minus 150 degrees and works like a giant thermos flask, so I'm told. There's Martin Gibson, the poleman. Now, is Ryan Smith out there? Yes, there he is, number 1. You can see he's missing the front bumper off his truck. He had an off in qualifying, brought out the red flags earlier on. Everybody else is there, though. There's Simon Cole in the pink Mercedes. OK, we start to form up then. Time to go big rig racing here at Thruxton. Martin Gibson in the black and yellow MAN on pole, the black and white version of David Jenkins alongside him. Then we've got Stuart Oliver in the black bonneted Volvo there. Alongside him, the yellow truck of Ricky Collett. Was quickest in free practice first thing this morning in much worse conditions than this. The third row, it is John Newell alongside Mark Taylor. Then we've got Ryan Smith alongside Shane Brereton in the Bagheera Freightliner. Trucker Jono leads them round in the Lenham Storage truck. Maybe he fancies having a go at truck racing himself. Who knows? John Levitt at the front of the field. Keep an eye on Ryan Smith from further down the grid. I'm sure he'll be fired up trying to come through. Joint championship leader coming into this with David Jenkins in Division 1. Division 2 led by Stephen Powell, 10 points ahead of Craig Reed in the red and white Iveco. Great to have Willem Bredik out there as well, the Flying Dutchman. Hopefully see him back in the UK in a week's time for Brands Hatch, the final rounds as well. OK, here we go then. Pace truck about to pull into the pit lane. It's time to go truck racing here at the Thruxton circuit in Hampshire. All the trucks that qualified, all 17 of them out there. Here we go then, the power comes on and we're underway and racing here at Thruxton with truck race number 1, the first of 5 races this weekend. David Jenkins takes the early lead, sideways around the outside of Martin Gibson. Stuart Oliver's there on the inside in the number 7 as they head up towards the complex the first time. You can see the amount of spray these trucks are throwing up as they head into the complex. Somebody charging straight on at the inside, wallop straight into the side. Oh my goodness gracious me! That is a horrendous accident. I think that was Mark Taylor. The red flag's obviously up straight away. I think that was Mark Taylor in the 81 and John Newell. That is a horrific accident. Ricky Collett's gone spinning off as well. Oh my God, what? Well, obviously the red flags have gone out with 2 major accidents. Oh, that's good to see. Ricky Collett's okay. Well, I've never seen an accident like that. Let's just, well, we know Ricky Collett is okay. Let's just, let's keep our fingers crossed with the other incident.
5 and 10. Okay. One on its side at 10. So on post 10, this one got into the barrel that's on the side of
place, I think. Come round through church, up Woodham Hill, and got a misfire. Anything over sort of 4,500 revs, it was misfiring. Oh, that's okay, it's not misfire, but it was. And I carried on for about another two or three laps, but every time I went over 4,500 revs, it just misfired. So we stopped the car, brought it in, we've cleaned the plugs, the distributor cap, everything we can think of. We'll see, we're going to go out again and see what happens.
It's in the lap of the gods for race 2, is it?
Lap of gods of Thruxton, yes, yeah.
In terms of this track, is it a track that you enjoy?
I live a mile from here.
So I'd say that's a yes, is it?
Yeah. I love the track. Church is a bit weird now because they've put that runoff, so it looks like a proper racetrack now, rather like a managed one rather than the old school as it was. But yeah, it's a great track. I love it. Yeah.
How long have you been racing here?
This is my 4th season of racing. It's my 2nd race this year because unfortunately I had a bike accident during lockdown, broke my collarbone and couldn't race. And we bought this car during lockdown. I think it was about middle of July or so. We just bought it because I didn't have a race car, so we bought it, and then we had Jake Hill and Dave Hickton drove in the Classic Sports Car Club around here.
Yeah, you told me a little bit about this just before we came on air, but I just wanted to talk through the car a little bit. It's an absolutely beautiful bit of kit, mate. It's obviously a fairly new purchase by yourself. What do you like about it?
It's just simple. I've got a pair of carbs on it, 48 dual autos. Just makes a great growly sound. It's got 200 horsepower, weighs 900 kilos, and it's just good fun. It's just good fun. That's all I can say about it. It's just an easy to drive car, very forgiving, and does nothing stupid. And that's, I think, why we've qualified in. I think we qualified 3rd this morning.
2nd row, yeah.
Because it's just, you just get on it straight away. It's not a problem.
And the thinking behind the number 666?
The idea was...
Should we really fear you out on the track?
No. The idea was that back when I started racing, I thought, well, how can you get a commentator to talk about you? I'm going to be one of the slowest people on the track starting racing, so I put a number on it. They'll say, oh, what's that number? And that's how it started.
And here we are now.
Yeah.
Don't need the excuse of the number, hey?
No.
Well, Ian, we wish you all the very best of luck with race number 2. Hopefully it's all good for you.
Well, we'll try. That's all we can do. All right, thank you.
And the paddock, Rod, really, Rod, it was a tough race one for you. I know it was all going so well for you up until a point. Talk us through it.
Yes, didn't qualify very well. I was back in 9th on the grid. We had a lot of problems with aquaplaning this morning. We had the car set a little bit too stiff because it was a last minute decision to bring this car. We were going to bring a BMW, but we might have a possible head gasket issue with it. We're not sure. But so yeah, this was a last minute decision, and we didn't really alter anything on it. We went out and then realised how wet it was, so did a lot of adjustment for the race and was quite happy. Sort of got away, got up into 3rd, watching the 2 leaders, and I thought, well, it's a 20-minute race, let's pace ourselves. I could then see that gaining on them, particularly through Church and up Woodham Hill, past the Jag, past the BMW. Thought that's okay. Then I saw another BMW coming up in my mirrors. I thought, oh, better get my finger out, and unfortunately I had a bit of a clash with a back marker. I don't know whether he didn't see me or what, but the trouble is around here, you've got to keep the momentum going, and going into the complex, he went one side, I went the other, but then as we hit the apex of the next corner, I suddenly felt a mighty whack in the side, which unfortunately dislodged the front wheel. I thought it was just a puncture, but it actually damaged the wheel, and so within a lap I knew there was a problem, and unfortunately retired, which means I'm at the back of the grid for the next race.
You've done it once, so we'll have to do it again. Talk us through the car heading into race 2. I know you've been doing some running repairs, got another wheel on there, all good to go for race 2.
Yeah, we're lucky today because Stuart Day, who does a lot of help with us on Ford stuff, he's the Mr. Escort of the sort of Hampshire area and has a lot of bits. He helped. We had the spares with us, luckily, and Barry, who comes to all the meetings with me, we had the stuff ready almost before the race had finished, so yeah, we've got that fixed. We're now just debating on which tyres to use, because
ice to the sky.
Yes, we have made a couple of bad calls this year on tyres. I always try and be brave and be one of the first to go onto slicks, but the last time I did that, which funny enough was in the BMW, it wasn't the right move. But Thruxton's a different circuit, it's very abrasive. Brands Hatch now tends to, this time of the year, stay a bit greasy. I made the right choice last week when we were there, but different circuit, different day. Don't know.
Well, hopefully we'll speak to you at the end of the race where we talk about what a good tyre choice you made in the end. Best of luck for the race, Rod.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, welcome back to our coverage from here at Thruxton Race Circuit in Hampshire with the British Automobile Racing Club. And thank you for your patience, ladies and gents, during an enforced, quite considerable delay due to a serious accident in our first truck race of the day. I can tell you that there are no serious injuries from the two separate major incidents that we saw on the first lap of the truck race. All drivers got out. Tom O'Rourke was taken to the medical centre for a check-up, but thankfully no serious injuries. And we are shortly going to get back underway and racing, so we'd like to say full credit, well done to all the marshals and technical staff here at Thruxton. We'll see what happened. This is going into the complex for the first time. Watch for Tom O'Rourke up the inside. He got onto the grass, couldn't slow the truck, hits John Newell, and then straight into and over the barriers. A horrendous accident. And a very lucky escape for everyone who was down there. Then one corner later, Rick Collett lost it on the grass, and just as big an impact with the barriers, and over goes the 95 truck. Two very, very big accidents indeed. Thankfully, Rick Collett, veteran truck racer, was straight out of his truck and was okay. Giving us a wave there. And thankfully no serious injuries resulting from that one, but we are now ready to resume racing. Our second race, which will be the classic touring cars, their second race of the day. The front row will be Martin Ellis, no, it's Matthew Ellis, I think, in the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus this time. Martin was in race 1. Andy Thompson we didn't see in the first race. Hopefully he will make it out for race 2. Ian Knight and David Griffin in the Golf and the BMW on the second row. Then we've got Tom Robinson's Jaguar, Yusuf Osman's BMW, Malcolm Harding in his Mark II Escort, and Brian Branson in his BMW, the winner of race 1 on the fourth row. Rod Burley's Escort Cosworth, Bob Bullen in his Lotus Cortina on row 5. The sixth row, Mike Luck's BMW, Tony Paxman's Escort. Seventh row, Eddie O'Kane and Stuart Kay. Row 8, Alex Thistlethwaite with the Ford Mustang, Tom Abbott in the Capri, Trevor Kiffin and Alan Hersey, Alfa Romeo and Reliance. Richard Ibrahim's BMW alongside Anton Martin's Escort, and Tony Palmer will round out the grid in his Lotus Cortina. This will be a handicap race once again. As we saw earlier on, it was Brian Branson who won the first race on scratch and on handicap. Heading out to the grid then, there is Matthew Ellis in the gorgeous Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. And once again, we must say a huge well done and thank you to the marshalling and maintenance teams here at Thruxton, who have repaired the extensive barrier damage after that incident at the complex in the truck race. The trucks are back in the paddock for now. They are scheduled to have a race later on, and we will wait to see if that takes place. The first truck race, I believe, has been abandoned, but further news will be forthcoming. But the main thing is no serious injuries to either drivers or bystanders from that incident. We're ready to go racing once again. Looks like again, sadly, Andy Thompson's Seat Leon is not there, so there'll be just one car on the front row, and that will be the Talbots. Ian Knight failed to finish race 1 in his VW Golf, but the car to watch, Rod Burley in his Ford Escort Cosworth. Another retirement while fighting for the lead of race 1. And of course, we've got to look for the winner on handicap as well as the winner on the road. It was Brian Branson who took the win on both counts in race 1. We'll see if he can do so again here. Matthew Ellis competes with his dad Martin in the normally in the Advantage Motorsport Future Classic Series for 70s and 80s cars run by the Classic Sports Car Club. Tom Robinson, leading light in the Jaguar Saloon Series, run by the Jaguar Enthusiasts Club in much the biggest car out there. Yusuf Osman behind him in his lovely E30 BMW. Great to see such a mix of cars of different ages and sizes out there. They normally run in separate championships. The Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the Pre-66, Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars, Pre-93, Pre-03. the Blue Oval Saloon Series and Classic Thunder Saloons as well. It was Andy Robinson's awesome Ford Falcon that took the Classic Thunder Saloon Championship this year. Sadly not here this weekend. Circuit much drier, you can see, as that we saw earlier on. There's Richard Ibrahim's BMW. So up to the grid they come then. There's a couple of cars into line at the back. I think with the exception of Andy Thompson, we've got a full complement. Still waiting the all clear from the marshals then. Green flag waves. There'll be one last green flag lap before we get this one underway. And as they come through the complex here, you'll be able to see the barrier repairs that have been affected. It's on the outside of Campbell Corner. Following that frightening shunt in the first truck race. Nothing Tom O'Rourke could do there, sadly. Just got onto the grass and couldn't slow the truck down on the wet grass. Let's hope for no further incidents in our touring cars. We've got the Monoposto Tiedman Trophy as well. Just had just an update through on the championship standings in the Monoposto Tiedman Trophy. So we'll bring those to you when we get round to their race. It's going to be close to their points, certainly. First of all, we concentrate on saloon cars. This will be, as we say, a handicap race. Handicap determined by the officials. Rod Burley, the man to watch in the Escort Cosworth, I reckon. So what he can do in race one till the car let him down. Matthew Ellis on pole then in the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. No Andy Thompson on the outside the front row. Second row Ian Knight in the Golf. David Griffin in the BMW. Then Tom Robinson and Yusuf Osman on row 3. There is one gap there. We're missing Tony Paxman's Escort. He's not out. Thought there was somebody missing there. The green flag waves then at the back of the lineup. All clear from the marshals and off they go. Down towards the first corner. Much better start from the Talbot. Good start by the Jag as well there. Tom Robinson trying to come through on the inside, but Matthew Ellis with a much quicker start than we saw from the Talbots in race one in the hands of Martin Ellis, and away they go towards the complex. Yusuf Osman's got away well too in the E30 BMW as they head into the sunset here at Thruxton. Through the complex, it's Ellis that leads, Osman in second place, Tom Robinson's Jaguar in third position. Of Seagrave for the first time. The Talbot headlights ablaze leads the way. It's David Griffin in fourth place and Rod Burley using the superior traction of the Escort already up into fifth position. Tony Palmer at the back in the Lotus Cortina, but he could still win this on handicap. So waiting for them to come round for the first time. Then the car's given credit laps. I can tell you Tony Palmer's been given 4 credit laps. Bob Bullen, Anton Martin, Trevor Kiffin and Alan Hersey have all got 3 as Robinson passes Yusuf Osman there. Then O'Kane, Ellis, Ibrahim, Kay, Abbott, Luck, Thistlethwaite, Osman and Knight have all got 2 credit laps. Robinson, Griffin and Harding have all got 1. Bransom and Burley starting from scratch with no credit laps given. So that's how the handicappers have worked it out going into this one, as Yusuf Osman falls back behind David Griffin there on the run up Woodham Hill into the club chicane. So effectively Tony Palmer is leading by a full lap even before the start of the race because of the system of credit laps given out to try and even the grid up. That's how handicapping works here. And we'll see how it all works out as the race goes on. They're effectively playing catch-up, all the other cars are, in terms of the credit laps given. So once everybody's crossed the line, we'll be able to work out the order on handicap once the times start to come in. But leading on the road as they complete the first lap is Matthew Ellis. So he's obviously got the fastest lap of the race. He's got Tom Robinson's big Jag behind him there, the XJR. So effectively, Tony Palmer has already completed 5 laps. And the idea is it all evens up as the race goes on. There goes Rod Burley. Bit of smoke. Is that spray or smoke from the back of the Escort there? Keep an eye on that. Don't tell me Rod Burley's having problems again already. So Tony Palmer is the race leader on handicap at the moment. On scratch, it's Matthew Ellis leading the way on the road ahead of Tom Robinson and David Griffin. This unusual format. The power of the Jag should tell here in these drier conditions as they run up towards Woodham Hill through Church Corner. Talbot has the lead at the moment. The big Jag in second place. Here comes Tom Robinson now up alongside. He takes the lead. I knew it wouldn't be long before the Jag used its power. Look at the way it's pulling away from Matthew Ellis here. So Tom Robinson looking to take the win on the road at least. The Talbot does close up under braking though. David Griffin in third place. Rod Burley's fourth. He's got ahead of Brian Branson. They're the 2 drivers starting with no credit laps in this one. Then we have got the 2 Castrol livery cars. Yusuf Osman's BMW, Malcolm Harding in that lovely Zac Speed Mark II Escort. He'll be wanting to keep his nose clean ahead of the special saloons at Mallory Park tomorrow. Of course, here we've got the open sports and saloon cars. We've got a few cars staying on to race tomorrow. David Griffin's booked in to race tomorrow. Also Brian Branson. Ian Knight's Golf as well, and Andy Thompson. But looks like his car is done for the weekend, sadly. Another car to look out for tomorrow will be the VW Golf TCR of Jamie Sturgis, a very quick driver. He lives locally to Thruxton. There's Brian Branson moving through the order in the BMW now, but still the leader on handicap is Tony Palmer ahead of Bob Bullen, the 2 Lotus Cortinas on corrected times. Anton Martin is third on handicap, then Trevor Kiffin and then Alan Hersey. So it's the slower cars that have been given more credit laps still there on handicap, and the quicker cars have to catch them up. A format not very often seen in British club racing these days. As we said earlier, it's normally vintage car racing, the likes of the Vintage Sports Car Club and the Bentley Drivers Club that run handicap races. Certainly something a bit different to finish off the season from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Tom Robinson leads the way on the road at the moment in the Big Cat, the Jaguar XJR. There's Malcolm Harding going well in the Escort ahead of Yusuf Osman's BMW E30. Used to do a lot of his racing down at the Liddon Hill circuit in deepest Kent. Appears regularly at Brands Hatch as well, the man from the southeast. There's Tom Abbott's going well as well in the Ford Capri, the Labatt's liveried car. Of course made famous in touring cars by the likes of Tim Harvey and Lawrence Bristow. There's Matthew Ellis in the Talbot. In fact, he's got back ahead of the Jaguar, I missed that. Talbot the more nimble handling car. So it's those 5 clear at the front of the field. Malcolm Harding 6th on the road. Yusuf Osman is 7th. Then we have got Tom Abbott. So that's the order on the road at the moment. It's still Palmer leading the way on handicap, but he's at the back of the field on race order. So he's last and first at the same time. Tony Palmer in the Lotus Cortina. We need to look at where the other drivers are up to in the race order. Well, Matthew Ellis is 10th. on handicap at the moment. And look at this for second place. Here comes Rod Burley up onto the back of the BMW of David Griffin now, the Australian. Straight past him on Wooden Hill up into third place. Such a menacing looking car, that Escort Cosworth. You don't want to see it in your mirror, because you won't be able to hold it off for long. It's such a powerful machine. He has had a lot of reliability problems with it though this year, as we saw in race 1. Oh, the Jag slowing. Problems for Tom Robinson. He's pulling off. That's a great shame. The big cat is out of the race. Pulls off at the marshal's post there. Yellow flag out. That's end of game for Tom Robinson, unfortunately. So Tony Palmer still leads on handicap. Leading the race on the road, it is Matthew Ellis in the Talbots. So that's put Rod Burley up into second place on the road. Brian Bransom's BMW is third, the race 1 winner. Then David Griffin's BMW. They've just gone through our shot there. So the first 4 fairly well clear now. Rod Burley going for the win on the road here. He and Bransom, you can see they're still ranked at the bottom of the times on the graphics there, because they started with no credit laps. They've got to make up the order here. Still Palmer from Bullen by 50 seconds on handicap at the moment, from according to my timing screen. Trevor Kiffin is now third on handicap in the Alfa Romeo, but this is the order on the road. Ellis, Burley catching him all the time. Try and compare the lap times from these two. Rod Burley's just last time through did a 1:28. Let's see what his lap time is this time through. They go over the line. 1:27.609 for Rod Burley. Matthew Ellis did a 1:28.832, so he's closing the gap down. There go the BMWs, Bransom and Griffin. There's Anton Martin about to be lapped by Matthew Ellis. But of course, Anton Martin with those credit laps, they're catching the slower runners up, and effectively that's making up position. So it's the 10th place. So what we've got there is effectively the 10th place car and the 17th place car overtaking the 5th place car for position. I hope you're following this, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm struggling. But no, full credit to the Classic Touring Car Racing Club for trying something different. Even if it is a little confusing to work out, as we don't see this format very often. Those who have watched my Speedway commentaries in the past will know that mathematics has never been my strong point. There's Anton Martin. He's got one of the Lotus Cortinas behind him. So Tony Palmer still leads on handicap, but Bob Bullen is closing on him on corrected time. Trevor Kiffin third in the Alfa Romeo. There's Martin in the Escort. He's let's see where he's running on handicap. We'll have to wait for him to cross the line to find out, because there is the leader on handicap, number 2, Tony Palmer. A classic shape of Colin Chapman's brainchild, the Lotus Cortina, really the first saloon car created with racing in mind. First homologation special. No match in a straight line for Malcolm Harding's Escort there though. 3 Fords of differing generations together. Still leading on the road, on handicap, on scratch rather, is Matthew Ellis, chased by Burley. Third is Brian Bransom, and then we've got David Griffin. We've got just over 10 minutes of the race to go, so coming up to halfway. Handicap order still Palmer, Bullen, Kiffin, Alan Hersey, but Alex Thistlethwaite now pops up in third place with the Ford Mustang, so he's going well. There's Alan Hersey's Reliance Scimitar being passed by the leaders, and Rod Burley's really pushing on now to try and get ahead of Matthew Ellis. There is nothing more Rod Burley loves than winning races. Here he comes, he's up alongside Matthew Ellis now, goes through, and we have a new leader on the road. So there's the Escort, your race leader, coming into the complex. Matthew Ellis closing up under braking. Look at this from Matthew Ellis. That's a cheeky little move by the Talbot there. He's not letting Rod Burley get away. Don't tell me Burley's in trouble again. Now he's taken the lead. Now as soon as they hit the straight, look, the Escort starts to pull away, but there is a little bit of smoke there. I've seen that from the start. May just be a bit of smoke on the overrun from the turbo on the Escort Cosworth. He leads the way then from Ellis. Still on handicap, it's Palmer from Bullen, but the gap is coming down between the two of them. There's Tony Palmer. There's Yusuf Osman in among this group. He's running 10th on handicap. Alan Hersey with the lovely Reliant Scimitar there. Oh, Trevor Kiffin runs off-road at the complex, the Alfa Romeo 75. He's third on handicap though. Behind him, Richard Ibrahim. He's further down in about 10th place. As we say, we'll have to wait till everybody's taken the checkered flag before we can determine the race order. Rod Burley's got one of the Lotus Cortinas ahead of him there. Blue flag waves to let the slower car down. Oh, look at Brian Branson coming up now, starting to launch his attack. He's got past Ellis, up into second on the road. And now starting to attack Rod Burley's escorts. He wants a second win on the road here, Brian Branson. He overcame the handicap in race 1 to win on both handicap and scratch. But Matthew Ellis fighting back. In the sharp turns, that Talbot is so much stronger than the more powerful saloons ahead of it. There's David Griffin further back in 4th on the road, 13th on handicap. Just over 7.5 minutes to go. Leaders are up at the complex. Still Palmer from Bullen, then Alan Hersey I think is third now on handicap. Just wait to see where Trevor Kiffin slots in. Of course, the handicap formula might have been revised by the handicappers in the paddock in light of the race 1 results. Matthew Ellis right on the limit there as he throws the Talbot round the quick back of the circuit. Scored their first ever wet race victory last week at Castle Combe, winning the 70s split in the Future Classics. Brian Branson is closing down Rod Burley here. What were their last lap times? Let's have a look. Branson did a 1:26.6, Burley did a 1:28.4, so Brian Branson is closing here. He's competed with the BMW Racing Drivers Club in their championship in the past, Brian Branson, trying something new this weekend. And he is putting pressure on Rod Burley here. There's Stuart Kay with the Ford Capri. The triplex car chased by Eddie O'Kane. And the leaders on the road coming up to pass them here. Stuart Kay and Eddie O'Kane running 11th and 12th in the race order. Tony Palmer still leads on handicap in the Lotus Cortina. These two battling back markers ahead of him here, Rod Burley, Eddie O'Kane in the O'Kane Irish Foods Hyundai Coupe, trying to get out the way, he's done so. So the leaders go through the middle there, also passing Stuart Kay, the club chairman in his Ford Capri. Rod Burley still holds on ahead of Brian Branson. It's here where the BMW is the marginally stronger up Woodham Hill. Can he get him into the chicane this time? 5.5 minutes, near enough of the race to go. Still time for things to change. Just the one retirement so far, Tom Robinson's Jaguar pulled up on the start-finish straight. And now Branson is right with Burley as they come through the club chicane. Ford against BMW for the lead on the road. They pass the stranded Jaguar. Tony Palmer still has that cushion on handicap. There's Alan Hersey. Going well in the handicap standings. More back markers will be ahead for the leaders shortly. Here's a battle between Anton Martin, Tony Palmer, the handicap race leader, and Ian Knight in the Golf. There's the other Lotus Cortina, that's Bob Bullen. He's got the more modern Ford of Malcolm Harding on his tail. Leaders right together now, and they've got back markers ahead again, but on the quicker sweeps of the back of the circuit. Through Noble. Burley's got through. Oh, Branson briefly lost time there. He got boxed in behind Tony Palmer's Lotus Cortina. I don't think Tony saw him there. Blue flag wave for Ian Knight in the race truck Golf. He moves aside. Oh, and a spin there. Mike Luck has lost it. Oh, that's not where you want to lose it. Coming out of Church Corner. So Mike Luck, hopefully he can rejoin there. Mike Luck, that's a scary place to lose it coming out of Church Corner, the fastest part of any racetrack in the UK. And Mike Luck has got it going in. Thankfully nobody hit him there. That beautiful E21 BMW, the Pre-83 Group 1 champion this year. Finally beating multiple champion Stephen Primet to the title. Stephen will be back with his Mark 1 Escort last year. Unfortunately had a crash in the final round at Silverstone. 3.5 minutes to go. Palmer from Bullen, still the Lotus Cortinas on top on handicap. There are the leaders, still Burley ahead. He's got Alex Thistlethwaite in the Ford Mustang ahead of him. Mustang, a big car to handle in slippery conditions like this. He moves aside, lets the leaders through. Tom Abbott still going strong in the Ford Capri. He's 5th in the handicap standings at the moment. Brian Branson has closed back up on Rod Burley, and he's going to try again to try and get ahead of the escorts through towards Church Corner. Here they come. Burley's actually pulled away a little bit through Church there towards Woodham Hill. Is the BMW going to close up under braking? He's not going to be close enough to make a move on Rod Burley. Through the chicane. Couple of laps to go. Fastest lap of the race has been recorded by Rod Burley, a 1:25.573 last time around. So he's starting to respond to the pressure from Brian Branson. They're still ranked lowest in the times though, you can see there. And well, Mike Luck spun again. He's on the infield this time. Autograss anyone? For the BMW, the ex-Clubman's sports car racer. Still Tony Palmer that leads the way in the Lotus Cortina. Oh, Alex Thistlethwaite has pulled into the pits. The Mustang was 3rd on handicap, but he's out of the race by the look of things. So the Ford Mustang is in the pit lane. That could give Yusuf Osman a chance to move up into 3rd place. Yusuf has certainly put in a useful performance here with that BMW. Blue flag out for Alan Hersey's Reliance and Richard Ibrahim there, the BMW. In the closing stages now, it'll be last lap this time for Rod Burley. The Escort has survived the distance this time. Look out, Alan Hersey, there's a BMW coming up on you. Brian Branson lost some ground there, you can see. At least his bonnet's staying in one place this time. And there's been a change for the lead on handicap as well at the moment. Bob Bullen is showing on top of the timing, as you can see there on the graphics, in his Lotus Cortina. It may be this that Tony Palmer hasn't crossed the line to begin his next lap. But with less than a minute on the clock, we are on the last lap of the race now. Of course, the checkered flag will go out not when the leader on the road crosses the line. It goes out as soon as the clock counts down to 0, because this is a handicap race. Leaders on scratch out of the complex. Branson, I don't think he's going to catch Burley here. Eddie O'Kane sideways in the Hyundai. Is he flashing his lights at our camera there? Showing off for the cameras, Mr. O'Kane. Competitor in the Hyundai Coupe Cup in the past, and Brian Branson is closing up. He's going for the inside on the back of the circuit there towards Church Corner. That's brave. Attacking Rod Burley. Is he going to get through here? They're coming up towards Church Corner now. Burley's held it. This is going to be close between these two for the win on scratch. But it's still Tony Palmer. He's back ahead on handicap now. I think it's going to be one of the Lotus Cortinas. Yeah, the checkered flag has just gone out. So we'll see who's going to take the win on handicap. Will it be Bullen or Palmer? Will it be Branson or Burley? Here they come round the outside. He's not going to get through there. Oh, this is going to be close. Over the curves goes Rod Burley. He's just going to win the sprint to the line, I think, between these two. Cracking race between those two. Burley takes the checkered flag. He's first on scratch ahead of Brian Branson, but we'll see what the result is on handicap. It's going to be one of the two Lotus Cortinas. Will it be Bullen or will it be Palmer? We're going to wait for Tony Palmer to come home. There's Matthew Ellis across the line. We almost forgot about him making his way up the order on handicap. There goes Richard Ibrahim across the line. We can't give you any definite indication until everybody has come home. David Griffin across the line. So waiting for Tony Palmer to come in. We'll see if he has lost out to Bob Bullen. There's Trevor Kiffin across the line in the Alfa Romeo. He's dropped to 8th on handicap. Yusuf Osman went very well indeed, and across the line comes Palmer, and he hasn't overcome it. Bob Bullen takes the win in car number 1, so it's Bullen's Lotus Cortina who wins on handicap. So Bob Bullen, your winner on handicap provisionally, ahead of Tony Palmer. Yusuf Osman 3rd. 4th, Tom Abbott's Ford Capri. 5th is David Griffin. Ian Knight's Volkswagen Golf 6th. As the rest of them come home, I think everybody's in now. Matthew Ellis 7th on handicap. Eddie O'Kane 8th, just ahead of Malcolm Harding. We saw them together on the road in the closing stages. And Alan Hersey rounding out the top 10. Burley and Branson, despite that good battle, 16th and 17th on handicap. They were so busy battling each other, they didn't make up the handicap given by the credit laps. So a confusing format for the novice to follow, but an enjoyable race from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. And it's Bob Bullen in his Lotus Cortina who takes the win on handicap. On scratch, it's Rod Burley. We will confirm the results as soon as we can. So thank you to the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. And we'll hopefully hear from both our winners, the scratch and handicap winners, down in the paddock. Well done to Bob Bullen. So no cars needing recovery after that one either, except Tom Robinson's Jaguar. So we should have the next race on soon, the Tiedman Trophy. And we will confirm the results as soon as we can. But first we'll head down into the paddock with Steve.
Yeah, down here at Parc-Fermé. Bob, a great win for you there, the number 1 overall. Talk us through the race. It was all a bit crazy out there.
I'm not sure I did win, did I? What about the others?
Number 1 overall, that's what the handicap says, mate.
Really? You're joking?
I am certainly not joking.
Wow. Well,
I'm guessing that's news to your good self.
yeah. I can't believe it.
Yeah, number 1 on your car and number 1 on the handicap overall. So
Lovely.
the race wins. So delighted to break that news for you.
Oh,
How do you feel?
Brilliant, that's fantastic. Makes it all worthwhile.
Oh, lovely to hear it, mate. As I said, it certainly was all a bit hectic out there. It was all going crazy, car swapping all over the place. Yeah. Talk us through the race.
I was out on my own most of the time. I had a good start again, like the first one. Got up to about 3rd, but they just swamped me, and that was it. I was
left behind, but I had a pretty lonely race most of the time, but I was pushing and pushing. Yeah, I mean, the poor old car, a bit older than most of these things, well, all these things.
Well, that was it, wasn't it? The Cortina's done you so proud in this race in particular, and it just seemed to keep on plugging away and to keep eating up that track.
Yeah, I tried to put on a bit of a show for the for the corner men, hitting the curves hard and getting it up on two wheels, just to get them something to do and give me something to think about. But,
the conditions have certainly been interesting for
yeah,
us today.
very
I mean,
interesting, yeah.
The difference between race 1 and 2 alone was pretty tough. How do you deal with it?
Well, we qualified quite well. We've got some different tyres. We're all cross plies Dunlops. We have an L section for the wet, which are a little bit skinnier, and they got more treads on them, so they dissipate the water a bit better. And we qualified 10th, which out of this lot weren't bad. But then in the second race, when it started to dry a bit, they all started coming through, and that was it. But then we changed to these, because mainly I didn't want to wreck the other tyres. So we changed back to the M sections, and it was better. Yeah, definitely on the dry, and we'd have destroyed the others.
Well, crazy race, a crazy result, and big congratulations.
Thank you very much. Unbelievable.
Okay, so we'll confirm the results then in a second of our classic touring cars. They read as follows. On handicap, Bob Bullen takes the win in the Lotus Cortina, and it's a 1-2 for the Lotus Cortinas with Tony Palmer in second. 11.8 seconds separating them at the flag. Third on handicap was Yusuf Osman's BMW ahead of Tom Abbott in the Capri. David Griffin taking fifth ahead of Ian Knight. Matthew Ellis, the early leader on Scratch, in seventh place ahead of Eddie O'Kane, Malcolm Harding and Alan Hersey. Then Trevor Kiffin, Stuart Kay, Richard Ibrahim, Mike Luck and Anton Martin. Rod Burley only 16th despite being the first car home on the road. So congratulations, Bob Bullen. Long-time classic Ford racer. Many times you've seen him out in a Ford Anglia before this Lotus Cortina. And he takes the handicap victory. Next up, it will be the Risprise IT Tiedman Trophy for the Monoposto Racing Club. And we will bring you the grid in just a moment.
Brilliant classic touring car championships, but it's time to move swiftly on to the conclusion of the Tiedman Trophy. It's been a brilliant competition all the way through, and we're currently looking at our overall leader. That is Jeff Fern, working hard away on his car at the moment, getting it ready for race number 2. He's the overall championship leader, and we spoke to him and a couple of his rivals earlier on. Oh, Phil, second overall in the championship, heading into the final race of the championship. This is a position which I'm sure you'd have loved to have been at the start of it all.
Yeah.
Can you get over the line at the end in first place?
I'm feeling confident about getting over the line. I mean, I did have a bit of a moment in the first race. I managed to, the brake bars adjuster was stuck fully rear, so I was braking when I was turning in slightly and locked up the rear, then spun and actually hit the barrier surprisingly hard. And I thought, I'm bound to have wheels hanging off now, but managed to pull away and the car seemed okay. So I steered back and forth a bit down the track for half a lap, but everything seemed to be attached. So yeah, just carried on and did reasonably well. And my main competitor in my class, I think, broke down anyway. So I was very, very fortunate. So I think I'm pretty lucky to be in second place at the moment.
Hey, maybe it's your day. Maybe the stars have aligned.
It's possible. Yeah.
Tiedman Trophy seems to be something that's really enjoyed by all the drivers. Do you share that? What is it about it that you like so much?
To be honest, I think the pressure's off from the main championship. I mean, the main championship, you know, everybody wants to do the best, obviously, every time. Whereas I think everybody just takes a step back and a deep breath and just sort of, you know, just really enjoys it and doesn't take it that seriously. But it does make it more fun, I think. And it's obviously great to have such a variation in cars as well. You know, you're racing up against Formula 3 cars, which you obviously can't beat for pure speed. But the way the point system's done, we're all, you know, fighting for the championship. So it's great, really.
Well, Phil, we wish you all the very best of luck.
Okay, thanks very much.
Jeff, you can see with the drill in the hand, all things go here in the garages ahead of race 2. How are we looking?
Yeah, all right. I've got to do all my own mechanicking, but you know that's that's what happens when it's raining. We got all hands to the pumps.
Yeah, we know you've been kept very busy today. A good race 1 for you as well.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's good. It started to dry out, so of course more powerful cars leave you on the straights, but around the twisty bits, I was glued to the circuit. Really, so good, really. Yeah.
And heading into the final race of the championship, you are our overall leader. It's a position that everyone
Yeah.
wants to be in. What would it mean to you to win the championship overall at the end of the day?
Well, to be fair, I've won it twice before, and I've got 14 championships altogether in mono, so that's by far the most. So I would say it would mean something, but you know, I'm not, you know, I wouldn't die if I didn't get it, but I would be happy to win it, of course. I will be happy to win it.
Still a little bit of a spot on the mantelpiece for it? You squeeze it in?
Yeah, I got quite a lot of trophies actually, considering now that I've not been doing it that long. I think we got about 400 trophies, which is pretty good going, really, for a bloke who didn't start till he was well past the sell-by date, you know. Yeah, so yeah, good. Well, so I would be pleased to win it, yeah, really.
Well, lovely to hear, Jeff. Wish you all the very best for the final race.
Right, thank you ever so much. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Cars on the grid then, ready for the second race for the Monoposto Racing Club Tiedman Trophy. Now, looking at the championship situation coming into this one, we did have it sent through to us earlier on. Currently leading the points on 106 is Jeff Fern, ahead of Phil Davis on 103. He's in the number 12, the blue car there on the right of your picture. Third, quick in the points, is Bryn Tutel in number 26. He's on the front row of the grid. But as the cars move off on the green flag lap, it looks like our pole sitter is not there, Jason Timms. So he broke down on the last lap of race 1, of course. And we've got another car that hasn't got away. I think that's Lee Fern in the 33. He's trying to get it going there. Can he roll it into life? No, Lee Fern has had a problem. He's stuck there, the Formula 3 car. Right, the grid should be, and this is based on the fastest lap times from race 1. In pole position, Jason Timms, although he's not there in car number 3. Alongside him, 26, Bryn Tutel. He is there. The second row, 69, Ed Falkingham, and 99, Matt Jordan. The third row, Lee Fern, although he's stuck on the grid, and 32, Terry Clark. Fourth row, Dan Clues, number 53, and 21, Ian Hughes. So Clues and Hughes on row 4. The fifth row, Nigel Davis, number 77, and 44, Will Cox. The sixth row, 28, Jim Blockley, and number 7, Jeff Fern. On the seventh row, 57, Edward Guest, and 52, Phil Chappell. The eighth row, 12, Phil Davis, and 117, Chris Lord. Watch out for him. He's down in 8th in the points coming into this one. He failed to finish race 1. He's gone from 1st to 8th in the points, and I can't see Chris's car out there actually. I don't think he's on the grid. Sam Don, number 73, failed to finish race 1, and at the back, number 47, David Jones. But it looks to me as though Chris Lord is not there, so the driver who led the points coming into this weekend will not win the championship. And it's the respective classes we're going to have to keep an eye on in this race. So the points leader, Jeff Fern, number 7, he's in the 1600 class. Matt Jordan in the 2000 class, as is Bryn Tutel. Phil Davis is in the 1800 class, and he's starting towards the back. Fifth in the points is Eddie Guest, the club chairman, in the 94 car. So he'll be hoping he can beat Will Cox and Jim Blockley in the classic division here. But we haven't got our pole sitter. We are missing a couple of other cars off the grid in this one. Jeff Fern's, I think, is there, the number 7. Yes, there he is. David Jones at the back in the 47. I don't think Jim Blockley's there, which will help Eddie Guest's cause, because if he wins the classic class, he could be in with a chance. A few gaps on the grid, as you can see. Lee Fern's been pushed off into the pit lane. He might try and start from the pits, I think. Yeah, he's heading down to start from the pit lane. So watch for him coming through from the back. The car that should be in front of Eddie Guest is not there. That's Jim Blockley. Away we go then. And another car not getting away off the grid. In fact, 2 of them have not got away. Eddie Guest was one of them. Another car has stalled there. That's one of the Team Fern cars. Is that Jeff Fern himself, or is it the 77 of Nigel Davis? Hard to see there. Okay, the leader's heading into the complex for the first time, and it's Dan Clues who's got away best. The little Jedi is showing well in these drier conditions. Dan Clues has got the lead. It's Ed Falkingham up into second place. Bryn Toutel goes down to third, but he's still leading his class. Then it's Terry Clark and Matt Jordan up there in the 2000 category. So it's the Moto 1000 class, the lightweights Jedi cars with their, I think they're Honda 1000cc engines. Matt Jordan's got ahead of Terry Clark, but that's only for second in the 2000 class, which is being led by Bryn Toutel. Next in the order we have got, who's that behind them? I think that's the number 21, which is Ian Hughes, and he's another 2000 class runner, so a rather depleted grid here for our second Monoposto Racing Club event of the day. Two Jedis have cleared off in front. There's the 21 of Ian Hughes and his 93 Dallara. Matt Jordan coming under fire from Terry Clark, but Matt's this won't be enough for the overall title because Bryn Toutel is now in with a chance. Phil Davis is, I think, the only runner in the 1800 class. So we've got to keep an eye on Jeff Fern and Phil Davis. If Jeff Fern wins the 1600 class, and he's in 8th place, his only rival is Sam Don in the 73. So if Davis wins his class here, if Jeff Fern rather wins his class here, he will be the Tiedman Trophy champion, ahead of Phil Davis if he wins the 1800 class. So it's keeping tabs on everybody down the field. What we do know is Dan Clues is leading. He had 2 wins at Silverstone last time, at Donington rather last time out, but he didn't enter the first event at Silverstone. So he can't win the championship, but he can win this race. He's out front ahead of Ed Falkingham in second place. Third position is Bryn Toutel. And we'll see what he can do if he can win the Mono 2000 class. He'll be up there as well. So we'll try and keep on top of the points as best we can here. Clues from Falkingham, then it's Toutel. Matt Jordan's up into 4th ahead of Terry Clark. Then it's Ian Hughes. Will Cox leading the Classic division in 7th place. The car that stalled on the grid was number 77, I think, of Nigel Davis. He's at the back of the field. We saw him out of race 1 as well. Lee Fern, has he got going? No, he didn't. He tried to start from the pit lane, but the car has let him down, so he didn't make it round the first lap. So we've got 14 cars running out there. As we know, a few cars didn't start this one. We don't have Chris Lord. A couple of other cars are missing as well. I'll try and identify who else didn't start this race when I can. Jim Blockley was one of them as well. Jason Timms, I think, was the other one. Yes, of course, we're missing the pole sitter, weren't we? He broke down the last lap of race 1 while he was leading. But it's the 2 lightweight little Jedis who lead the way. Dan Clues ahead of Ed Falkingham, the 2 Moto 1000 class runners. Nigel Davis has made up 1 place from the back of the field in his Jedi. He's the other Moto 1000 runner who stalled on the grid. But unreliability seems to be a bit of a theme today. We've had a few cars hit problems. Ed Falkingham, the man who spun at the last corner of race 1, is there in 2nd place. Ed Falkingham beat Dan Clues by less than 0.2 of a second to the class win in race 1, but the table's being turned here. Toutel up there in 3rd place. With the points on offer for a class win, it looks to me as though, as things stand at the moment, Jeff Fern is going to win the Tiedman Trophy Championship because he's leading his class in 8th place, the 1600 category. His only real rival out there in that class, yes, is Sam Don in the 73 car. He's 2 places further back. Dan Clues continues to lead. Competed in the F1000 Championship for one make Jedi Honda single-seaters in the past, and move being made there further back. That's the 99 of Matt Jordan making a move on Bryn Toutel. Now that could be significant because that's for the lead of the 2000 class. There was only a point between those two in the standings coming into this race, so Matt Jordan takes the lead of the Mono 2000 class, and that'll reignite his challenge for the championship if he can win that category. If Jeff Fern, he'll have to rely on Jeff Fern, of course, not making it home as victor in his class as Tutel attacks back again. Tutel always goes better in the wet, and it's much drier than it was out there earlier. So the Team Fern racing car, he's run by the Fern family, Matt Jordan, holds the lead in the class ahead of Tutel as they cross the line this time, but they are a long, long way behind the two Jedis out in front of the field. Dan Clues lapping David Jones there in the 47, running at the back of the field, and I haven't seen... I think we've lost Phil Davis. He's gone missing from my timing screen. Phil Davis, the 1800 class runner, has gone missing. Yep, David Jones showing as the leader. Oh, and there's Davis. He's out of the race. Now, that's his championship challenge gone. He was one of the contenders. He's out of the race. So that's made things a bit easier for Jeff Fern once again. These two battling for the 2000 class, but they've got to rely on Jeff Fern not winning his class. Here's the battle between the 21 of Ian Hughes, the 44 of Will Cox that we saw a glimpse of a moment ago. This is for 6th position. They're in different classes. Hughes is 4th in the 2000 class. Cox is leading the Classic division. So it's all playing into Jeff Fern's hands at the moment. Phil Davis out of the race, so he can't win the title now. Terry Clark's dropped back as well in the number 32 car. He's behind these two now. So Clark may have a problem. He was up there battling for the lead of the 2000 class. There's the black machine, I think that is anyway, of Terry Clark. They're dropping like flies here today at Thruxton. Maybe the water's getting to them from earlier on. There is Sam Don, the only rival to Jeff Fern in the 1600 class. Terry Clark is in the pits. Clark is out of it as well. Another contender gone. There go the 2000 class battlers. Well, Sam Don is up to 9th place. But he's quite a long way, I would say, behind his class rival. Yeah, he's 16 seconds down on Jeff Fern, lapping 2 seconds a lap slower than him. So Jeff Fern's just got to keep going, keep his class lead. And the number 7 car is going to win the title. There's Matt Jordan, lapping in the 120s, but the Jedi's ahead. Dan Clues just on a 1:16.319 as he crossed the line last time through. Fastest lap of the race. He's 4.8 seconds ahead of Ed Falkingham. These two battling for 3rd overall, just coming into the club chicane. The Jedi's have already completed the lap, and a few sparks flying there. Bryn Tutel's front wing dragging on the floor as he chases Matt Jordan for 3rd place. There's the two leaders. They've lapped Eddie Guest in the 57 car, the club chairman in the Anson SA4. He's running in 12th place and 2nd in the Classic division, well behind Will Cox, the class leader. Now there is Nigel Davers being lapped, the 77 car, being lapped by the overall leader and his class leader. They're in the same class, those two, but Davers running a long way behind after problems on the grid. Dan Clues controlling the pace then, as he did in both races at Donington. But as we said earlier, he didn't enter the first round of the Tiedman Trophy at Silverstone, so he's not a factor for the overall championship. He's only joint 10th in the points coming into this race. He will rise up the top 10 with victory here. There's Davers, another car in the colours of Team Fern Racing. They've got a lot of cars to look after here this weekend. And he's one of the family, Jeff Fern, going to win the title. It certainly looks like it at the moment. Davers has made up a place from the back of the grid. He's got past Phil Chappell, number 52. There's Sam Don, number 73, in his Scarab Formula V chassis. He's running in, let's have a look, in 8th place. There's the leader. Now they're coming up to lap Sam shortly. Such is the pace of these little pocket rockets. Jedi Mark 6 chassis with the 1000cc Honda motorcycle engines. Got the speed there through towards the back of the circuit from Dan Clues. We're only up to halfway in this race, so he's got quite a way to go yet. Things could still change. Out of Church, up towards Woodham Hill. Dan Clues on a charge. He laps Sam Don in the 73. See how far behind Jeff Fern. He is now in the 1600 class because Jeff just needs to keep going and win the class, and he will win the Tiedman Trophy title. .2 seconds in it for the lead now. Another fastest lap of the race by Dan Clews, 1:15.906. He's pulling away from Ed Folkingham in second. Wait to see if Matt Jordan's still in third ahead of Bryn Tutel for the lead of the 2000 class. Jordan will take the title if he wins this, I think, in the 2000 class. It all depends on who does the quicker lap in that class as well, because there is a bonus point on offer for the fastest lap in the class. They could finish tied on points, Jordan and Tutel. There is the battle for third. It is still Matt Jordan ahead. Leaders heading through Church Corner. The battle for third just heading up towards Noble and Goodwood. There's Nigel Davis. He's now running in 9th place, having started from the back. Chasing Sam Don. They're 7 seconds apart though. Eddie Guest has made up a place further back. He's got ahead of Phil Chappell, who's dropping back down the order in his Van Diemen. Some really eclectic mix of single seaters in here. We've got the Jedis, we've got some old Formula 3 cars, Formula Fords, Formula Vauxhalls. We've seen out in Formula Vauxhall Junior cars. Will Cox occasionally races one of those. 8 minutes of the race to go then. Leader is at the complex. Coming up to lap David Jones for a second time in his Van Diemen RF82, the old Formula 2000, Formula Ford 2000 car. They nearly clipped wheels there. Jones is leading his class, the 1800 class, because Phil Davis out of the race. Shame for Phil, because he was only 3 points off the championship lead coming into this race. And there is the championship leader, Jeff Fern, about to be lapped. Our overall race leader. He lets Dan Clews through. He doesn't want to trip over anybody or be tripped over by anybody. So he knows if he keeps going to win his class, he will win the championship. Great honour for the Tiedman Trophy to be won by any driver. In memory of Frank Tiedman, the founder of the Monoposto Racing Club. Oh, look at that. The leader's engine cover's come off. Goodness me, Dan Clews is going to have to pull into the pits. His engine cover has come loose. There it goes. It comes off. Oh, dear. What a shame for Dan Clews. Hopefully the marshals will recover that, because that looks like a GoPro camera attached to that as well. That could prove pricey. He's going to have to pull into the pits, surely, Dan Clews. Ed Folkingham will take the lead of the race, that means. Hopefully the marshals will be able to recover that engine cover intact. Let's hope nobody's going to run into it. Now, has Dan pulled into the pits, or is he still going? 69 Ed Folkingham is now your leader. That means... Oh, and somebody's... Is that the leader? Is that Folkingham? It is. He's spun at the complex. My goodness, it seems like nobody wants to win this race. So your leader is now Matt Jordan. Matt Jordan have taken the lead in the 2000 class. What is going on out there? It's as if nobody wants to win this race. There's Folkingham. He's going again. Now, has he got back in? Has he got back in front? Because he was. Let's have a look how far ahead he was. He was 24 seconds up on Matt Jordan. So it depends how much time he's lost there. Here's a replay of Dan Clews. The engine cover just whips off there as they came into the complex. I think Dan Clews is still going. He puts his hand in the air. The engine cover comes off, and let's hope his GoPros survive that as well. So Ed Folkingham, is he still leading? Was he able to rejoin ahead of the 99 of Matt Jordan, or did he lose too much time with that spin? The marshals have got that engine cover out the way. Well done, marshals. We'll look back and see if we can see now. We'll wait for them to come through. Well, there's second place, and it's not Matt Jordan. Bryn Tutel's up into second place. He's got ahead of Matt Jordan. There they are. So Folkingham is still leading. He managed to recover in time to keep his lead, and yeah, he's only lost about 14 seconds there, because the gap is 11.6, but Bryn Tutel is back in the lead of the 2000 class. He's gone across the grass again at the complex. What is going on here? Ed Folkingham is... There must be a problem with his tyres or something, because it's almost as if he's trying to throw this race away. This is strange. Right, so it's still the 69 car of Ed Folkingham in the lead. Bryn Toutel second. Matt Jordan is third. There must be a problem with the 69 car here. He must have his tyres going off or something, because that's twice in 2 laps that he's gone off at the complex. Okay, pause for breath after all that. Folkingham still leads. It's Ian Hughes in 4th place now with the demise of Dan Clues. He has retired from the race. There's Toutel. Now he can sense a chance to try and catch our leader here. They're coming up to lap Jeff Fern. Oh, look out! That was close. I thought Bryn Toutel was going to clip wheels with Jeff Fern. That could have decided the championship right there. Because if Jeff Fern goes out, Bryn Toutel could be about to win the championship here, win the Tiedman Trophy, because he's at the head of his class now. He's 5 points behind Jeff Fern in the points. Matt Jordan is 6 points behind. Here's a replay of what happened to Ed Folkingham. He just locked up and went straight on. It was as if he just completely missed his braking point there. Going into the complex, he goes across the grass, but still manages to keep his lead, although the lead gap down to 3.6 seconds now between Folkingham and Toutel. Jordan another second back in 3rd place. 3.5 minutes just under of this race to go, and still this race is not over. I've got no idea what's going to happen in the rest of this final race of the season for the Tiedman Trophy. There's the 52 car of Phil Chappell going through. He's down in 10th place and lapping quite a way off the pace. Leader comes through Church Corner. There's the 2nd place fight, and they can see Ed Folkingham ahead of them now. They're going to try and catch him. Won't make any difference to their points if they pass him, of course, because they're in a different class to Ed, but these two are in the same class, and Matt Jordan knows that. He's up the inside, takes 2nd place, and takes the lead of the 2000 class. Now, that could change things if anything happens to Jeff Fern further back. We've said it before, because this could be a factor for the overall championship if Jeff Fern fails to finish, and they are catching Ed Folkingham here as well. Folkingham not a factor for the championship, but he's leading the race overall. There's Phil Chappell, number 52. He's in the Van Diemen RF 98. That's a Formula Ford car with wings fitted. There are the leaders. You can see how much the gap has come down with those 2 mistakes from Ed Folkingham. He must have thought he'd been handed the race on a plate when Dan Clues went out after losing his engine cover. But then 2 errors at the complex on successive laps have dropped him back into the clutches of the bigger Mono 2000 cars. Less than 2 minutes to go now, so it should be, I would think, last lap this time. Toutel has got to work to hold off Matt Jordan. They're swapping places like there's no tomorrow, these two. Toutel got back ahead at the complex this time through. Is Bryn Toutel signalling something to Matt Jordan there? I saw his hand come out of the cockpit. Don't tell me Bryn's got a problem as well. Through the complex, through the chicane they come. 1 minute 20 left on the clock, so it'll be close to see whether the checkered flag goes out. Yeah, the last lap board, did it go out there or was it folded against the pit wall? I couldn't tell. This race never ceases to confuse me. 1.3 seconds is now the gap. They could catch Ed Folkingham here. Okay, so I think we are on the last lap now. It was touch and go whether it would be the last lap this time. Folkingham, Toutel, Jordan. Now, is Jeff Fern still going? That's the main thing. Yes, he's still going and he's leading the 1600 class, so that should be enough to give him, provisionally, the Tiedman Trophy Championship. Ed Folkingham, can he hang on to take the win? He's got Bryn Toutel starting to loom up behind him now. Now we remember what happened in race 1. Ed Folkingham spun at the chicane on the last lap. Let's hope history is not going to repeat itself for the sake of the man in car number 69, Ed Folkingham from Selby in Yorkshire. Is he going to hang on ahead of Bryn Toutel? It's Yorkshire against Lancashire for the lead. Matt Jordan up behind them, the man from Gloucestershire. They're all together here as they come down to the chicane this time. Just be careful on the brakes. I mean, Matt Jordan dives to the inside. He's going to go through. He takes the class lead from Bryn Toutel. They're up on the back of Ed Folkingham as well. They're coming up towards the line this time, and the checkered flag goes out. Folkingham wins it. Jordan second and Toutel third. So Falkingham wins it by 1.23 seconds. Matt Jordan with a last bend lunge takes second place and the class win. Waiting to see if Jeff Fern comes in now. If he comes in, there he is. He wins the 1600 class, and by my reckoning is the Tiedman Trophy champion. Number 7, Jeff Fern, by my reckoning, takes the Tiedman Trophy championship this year. We'll wait for confirmation from the Monoposto Racing Club officially of that. But by my reckoning, Fern has done it with that class win. But Ed Falkingham wins the race. Matt Jordan taking second on the last corner from Bryn Tootle. Ian Hughes takes fourth and third in the 2000 class. Will Cox is fifth and wins the Classic division. Nigel Davers, well done to him, from the back of the grid after stalling, coming through for sixth position. Jeff Fern seventh and wins the 1600 class. Sam Don is eighth. Ed Guest was ninth. Phil Chappell 10th. Martin 47 of David Jones wins the 1800 class in 11th, and we lost Stan Clues, Terry Clark, Phil Davis and Lee Fern didn't take the start. And I need a cold shower.
Well, Jeff, a huge congratulations, the overall championship winner. It's been such a strange day today in so many ways, but quite the race to finish it off.
Yeah, that was quite a race. That was a team effort, really, because my teammate won it, beat Bryn, so that was the way to do it.
And I know you guys are such a team as well. It really seems like a real camaraderie. It's a lovely afternoon for you at the end.
Yeah, it is, and we did. Yeah, that's a brilliant, ends the season off brilliantly, really. I feel sorry for Bryn because he's a good racer and a good mate, but you know, it's all about getting there, isn't it?
And we know you've won this championship before. We spoke to you before the race, and it's another trophy for you. They keep racking up.
Yeah, that's 15 now then. That's good.
And just a final word on the end of the season. It's been one of the strangest years we can ever remember in sport, let alone motor racing. How pleased for you to be able to race, being able to win, and to get through to the end of the year, really?
Well, it's a lot of it is down to Rachel, because she got a really good programme for us this year. And I've got to say, a bit of a sad note, but my partner Joni, who backed me up all the time, she died on the 17th of July, which just before our season started. So That's for you, Jody.
I'm sure she'd be very proud, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Sorry, that was a bit emotional.
No, Jeff, I understand, mate.
Congratulations then to Jeff Fern. As we've heard there, a very fitting triumph following the sad passing of his partner Joan, who was a very popular figure around the Monoposto paddock earlier this year. We are now going to go truck racing. Yes, we are going to get some truck action today, sponsored by GT Tyres, Vision Track and Lenham Storage. This is a rerun of the race we saw the first lap of earlier on, which ended after a serious accident up at the complex. Thankfully no serious injuries resulting from that one. The trucks are out on track. It's a rerun over 15 minutes of the race we had earlier on. Obviously there is no Tom O'Rourke, no Rick Collett, and I would imagine there's no John Newell either, the three trucks that were involved in the accidents up at the complex. But I think everybody else is out there. Well, thanks again to Lenham Storage for the sponsorship of the truck races today, specialising in the storage and distribution of groceries. And one of their trucks, driven by Trucker Jono, who you can find on YouTube, John Levitt, one of their drivers from the local to Thruxton Weyhill depot, will be driving the pace truck for this race, the Volvo FH, fuelled by liquefied natural gas, cutting emissions from that truck by 20%. So getting ready for our rerun of this truck race. On pole position it will be Martin Gibson in the number 11 truck. And alongside him 69 David Jenkins, who took the lead at the start of the first race. Second row will be Stuart Oliver, number 7, no Ricky Collett. His truck, well, it's fair to say, is a write-off after his rollover in the first running. Third row, Mark Taylor is there, number 81. Number 18, John Newell, I'm not sure about because he was involved in that accident as well. There's the back of the grid coming into line. Fourth row, number 1, Ryan Smith. He had an off in qualifying this morning, starts only 7th. And number 22, Shane Brereton in the Ollie Janes-owned Bagheera Freightliner. No 86, Tom O'Rourke, of course, after the accident earlier on. Hopefully Tom is okay. Was taken to the medical centre for a check-over. Then we've got the Division 2 trucks, and I'm pleased to say all 8 of them are there. In pole position for Division 2, number 3, the yellow truck of Stephen Powell. Alongside him, number 42, which is Luke Garrett. 68, Craig Reed, and number 6, John Powell on the second row. Then we've got the Dutchman, number 50, Willem Bredick in his Volvo, and number 10, Craig Evans, newcomer this year. And at the back of the field, 41, Simon Cole with the Mercedes, his first appearance of the season. And number 99, Paul McCumsky. Great to have Paddy Mack out there. Had some electrical problems at the first weekend of the year at Donington, then failed to race at Snetterton, was unable to attend there. But he's out here at Thruxton hoping for some good results. This meeting should have been at Pembrey in Wales, of course, but with Wales currently locked down, it was moved to Thruxton at fairly short notice, so full credit to all the officials for getting this meeting on. Full credit as well to John Newell and his team. I think I see John's truck on the grid there. That's great to see. Okay, the BTRA British Truck Racing Championship then, racing over 15 minutes. The Volvo FH pace truck driven by Trucker Jono. Check out his YouTube channel. Leads them away. Obviously no Tom O'Rourke, no Ricky Collett. Their trucks written off after the incidents earlier on. It was a great shame for Rick Collett in particular because he was quickest in free practice this morning and had finally got his MAN running properly. And now, sadly, it is wrecked. So Martin Gibson snatched pole position right at the end of qualifying in the GT Tyres MAN on the front row of the grid, the Stuart Oliver run truck. His team boss on the second row behind him. There is Mark Taylor, number 81. I thought it was Mark initially who had been involved in the accident earlier on. Similarly coloured truck to that of Tom O'Rourke. But Mark is out there. Thanks to those who've got in touch incidentally on our live stream. Hello to Lino Avouters, hope I pronounced that correctly. He's watching in Belgium. Also Steve Chalice, Franz Schmidt, also a regular racer from Holland. Richard Barwick, Al Wayman, Tim Morgan and Evan McHugh, some of those who've commented on our live stream, so thank you very much for getting in touch. Hi to David Taylor who says hope everybody's okay after earlier on. As far as we know, no serious injuries, thankfully. And full credit once again to the maintenance team and the marshals here at Thruxton who rebuilt the barriers so that racing could continue. That was an excellent effort. So we get one of our scheduled races in today. The second truck race that should have taken place today, I would imagine, will be, if there's time, moved to tomorrow's timetable. It'll be a rolling start. The track drier now. And the driver's probably been warned, keep off the grass. Because it was Tom O'Rourke just getting onto the wet grass as they went into the complex. He couldn't slow the truck down, and well, I'm sure you all saw what happened. A very scary incident indeed. Here they come then up Woodham Hill, the Volvo pace truck, supplied by our sponsors Lenham Storage, based over in Kent. They've got two sites in Kent, one here just near Thruxton. They've got a fleet of over 260 vehicles, and this is one of them. Just think next time you're shopping in the local supermarket, some of your groceries may have been transported by Lenham Storage at some point in their lives. The pace truck will pull into the pit lane this time, and in the fading light here at Thruxton, 15 minutes of truck racing. Martin Gibson on pole, David Jenkins alongside him. Here we go then up towards the red lights. When they go out, we are ready to rumble with our first truck race of the weekend. The lights are out and here we go. The power comes on. Listen to the roar as they head up towards Allard for the first time. A much better start from Martin Gibson this time from pole position in the number 11 truck. Here they go up towards Allard and the complex for the first time. Let's just hope they all make it round this time. It is Martin Gibson who leads into the complex from David Jenkins, Stuart Oliver, Mark Taylor up there. Ryan Smith's already up alongside John Newell there. We'll keep an eye on the Division 2 leaders further back as well. Looks like Stephen Powell in the yellow truck has made the break at the front of Division 2. No, it's Luke Garrett who's got to the front there, I think, in his MAN. Yes, the green and silver truck there has got the lead. Craig Reed in third in Division 2. Then we've got Willem Bredick, the Flying Dutchman. But it's Martin Gibson who's held his lead. Here comes David Jenkins with an attack as they head out into the country for the first time. He's on the tail of Martin Gibson. Stuart Oliver up there, the 10 times champion. He's been European champion as well up there in third place in the bonneted Volvo VNL. And those three just breaking away very slightly from Mark Taylor in fourth place. John Newell in his repaired truck is in fifth place. Ryan Smith in sixth. Round to complete the first lap then at Woodham Hill. Can Martin Gibson hold his lead? David Jenkins moves from the right to the left. Gibson will move to defend as they come into the chicane. Which side is David Jenkins going to go in the 69 truck? He almost locks up the brakes. Gibson holds the lead. See the steam pouring off the front wheels. That's from the water-cooled brakes that these trucks have. There's Taylor, Newell, Smith. Then it's Shane Brereton. Then the Division 2 trucks led by Luke Garrett. Willem Bredick chased by John Powell. There's Simon Cole in the pink Mercedes, running partnership with Team Hard, the touring car team. Paul McCumsky at the back in the 99. Over the line, it's Martin Gibson by half a second from David Jenkins. Here they come into the complex for the second time. Stuart Oliver shadowing the two leaders. It's Taylor. Ryan Smith has dropped behind Shane Brereton. I wonder if Ryan Smith's truck is not running at 100% after he's off in qualifying in the rain this morning. As he's dropped back from Shane Brereton. He's with the Division 2. Yeah, he's slowing down. Ryan Smith's slowing down. He's got a problem. So the championship, the joint championship leader with David Jenkins coming into this round is in trouble. Has he taken another knock in there somewhere, perhaps? So he's dropped away. Ryan Smith will be out of the race. There's John Newell. You can see a fair bit of bodywork missing from that truck. He was the truck that got clobbered by the out-of-control Tom O'Rourke in the first running of this race. 3 leaders coming up towards Woodham Hill. It's still Martin Gibson in the GT Tyres Scania. 4th in the points coming into this round at the opening weekend of the season at Donington. He scored his maiden win in the championship. Yeah, you can see bodywork hanging off Ryan Smith's truck there. Looks like he's heading for the pits. It's Gibson from Jenkins in the battle of the MANs. Jenkins, a former British champion. Stuart Oliver, the most successful British truck racer of all, in 3rd place. Then we've got Mark Taylor, a relative newcomer. He's turned from sponsor to driver over the last couple of years, the Taylor's haulage man. John Newell returned to truck racing a couple of years ago after many years away, challenging for 4th. Then we've got Shane Brereton. He started his career racing hot rods on the short ovals before moving to the pickup truck racing championship and then into truck racing. Been racing in the European Championship over the last few years, which sadly no longer visits the UK. Gibson from Jenkins. Then we've got Stuart Oliver, no change up front. This is good driving by Martin Gibson, looking for the 2nd win of his career. Look at the blinding lights from those behind him. Wonderful atmosphere here at Thruxton as the light begins to fade. John Newell all over the back of Mark Taylor, and the battle is on for the lead in Division 2 as well, between the 42 and the 3. That's Luke Garrett and Stephen Powell. Steve Powell leading the points coming into this round. Luke Garrett's had a few problems with his MAN this year, so they're further back in the order. Craig Reed behind them in the Iveco. Shame his brother Simon isn't here this weekend with his Iveco. Three leaders have pulled away here from the battle between Taylor and Newell. There's Simon Cole. Think pink is his motto in the Mercedes-Benz. Great to see Simon back out. Great entertainer he is, as are all Team Hard drivers. Here they come into a chicane once again, coming up to complete lap number 3. David Jenkins with the fastest lap of the race at the moment, looking to try and make a move. There's Brereton in the Ollie Janes owned suspension flexing a little bit there on John Newell's MAN. Maybe a legacy of the damage from earlier on. There's Shane Brereton in the Ollie Janes owned Briarwood sponsored Bugira Freightliner Fat Fox. What a great name that is. There's the Division 2 leaders. Garrett still ahead of Powell. Then it's Reed. And they're clear of their opposition. The Bugira Freightliner, incidentally, a Czech Republic built truck, raced in the European Championship by the likes of Adam Lashko and Martin Koloc. Something a little bit different for the British Championship. Still Martin Gibson with the lead then, and the fastest lap that time through went to Stuart Oliver, 1:39.366. You can see he's closed up onto the tail of David Jenkins now. See the lap times there. Superb looking truck, that Volvo of Stuart Oliver. Scored a couple of wins with it at Snetterton last time out. 3rd in the points coming into this round. Only 3 points behind Smith and Jenkins, the 2 joint points leaders. Here come the leaders. Headlights ablaze in the gathering gloom here at Thruxton, and David Jenkins is having to defend here. I think Stuart Oliver is going to move into 2nd place on the run into the chicane. They're swapping sides of the circuit there, and this has allowed Martin Gibson to pull away in his MAN. Real emerging talent is Martin, looking for the 2nd win of his career and this 2020 season. Over the curbs they go. There's Craig Evans further back, a newcomer this year in the Brown Recycling Limited sponsored MAN. He's currently running in 14th place. We've got one truck into the pits, Paddy Mack. Paul McCumsky unfortunately has pulled into the pits. So problems again for his Volvo, the truck racing veteran. There's Ryan Smith, he is still circulating. Now he's trying to keep going, at least to get a few points on the board, with there only being a few Division 1 trucks out there, but also for the 2nd race the grid is reversed, so that means if he keeps going and finishes he'll get pole position for race 2. I think that's what Ryan's trying to do here. There goes the leaders. They're coming up to lap Ryan Smith shortly. He's trying to keep going just to get a few points and try to get pole position for the 2nd race. There's Taylor and Newell. They've been caught up by the 22, and here are the Division 2 leaders now. Stephen Powell from Luke Garrett, and Craig Reed has dropped back in the Iveco Stralis there. It's the yellow MAN, the HGV Direct and Dines Recovery MAN, the yellow peril. Stephen Powell has the lead of the 2nd division. There's the Bagheera Freightliner of Shane Brereton. Chasing John Newell. Probably not handling too well after the earlier problems. That's MAN, and certainly you can see the bodywork missing from Ryan Smith's truck as well. That's from qualifying though. And he's determined to keep going for some points. Here is the Flying Dutchman. That's Willem Bredik in his Volvo. He's just ahead of Simon Cole. They're battling for 11th place overall and 5th in Division 2. Here come Division 2. Powell from Garrett. We saw ahead of him there. Brereton's caught the two ahead of him. Thanks to Sam Powell earlier on Twitter, who told us that Graham Powell, another member of the family, would have been out this weekend, but he's getting his Renault truck ready for Brands Hatch next weekend, which will be the final round of the British Truck Racing Championship this year. Of course, if all things go ahead next weekend, we don't know at the moment. If it does, we'll have coverage on live stream of that as well. Look at the lead that Gibson has pulled out here. He's leading by it was 1.5 seconds last time through. It's more than that now, certainly, as Jenkins and Oliver battle it out. It looks like we had a change of position now. I think Brereton's got ahead of John Newell, further back in the order. David Jenkins defending vigorously from Stuart Oliver. That's allowed Martin Gibson to pull away. And yes, we have had a change for 5th. There's Shane Brereton. He's got ahead into 5th position of John Newell. So Newell down to 6th. Well, Martin Gibson really is pulling away here. Mainly because David Jenkins is preoccupied with that number 7 of Stuart Oliver large in his mirrors. With Ryan Smith in trouble, David Jenkins will take the lead of the championship with 2nd place here ahead of the remaining races this weekend. 3 scheduled for tomorrow. It might be 4 now though, of course, because 1 race being lost today with the earlier delays. So we may well see 4 truck races tomorrow. Over the line they go, just under 5 minutes to go. 2.2 seconds in it now for the lead between Gibson and Jenkins. Oliver's still got the fastest lap of the race from earlier on, a 1:39.366. And Craig Reed's dropping back. I think he might have a problem with the Iveco. He's lost out to John Powell there in the number 6 DAF. So I think Craig Reed's got a problem. We saw him up with the Division 2 lead battle earlier on. Yeah, his last lap was a 1:52, with the Division 2 leaders lapping some 9 seconds quicker than him. So Craig's got issues with the Iveco there. Paddy Mack in the pits, the only retirement so far, so that means that Division 2 pole will go to Craig Evans if things stay as they are. Ryan Smith will take Division 1 pole as long as he keeps going for race 2 with the reverse grid format being used. Stuart Oliver still can't find a way past, there go the Division 2 leaders. Scored a glimpse there of Powell, has pulled a couple of truck lengths out ahead of Luke Garrett. Here comes your leader, Martin Gibson. There's the battle for 2nd. Is Stuart Oliver going to be in position to make a move this time? He's never close enough under braking for the chicane. Jenkins is wise to him every time in the Digraph Transport Morris Lubricants MAN. Oliver team trucks first and 3rd through the chicane. Now well clear of their opposition, it's still Mark Taylor, number 81 in 4th place, and now Stuart Oliver's got a run on David Jenkins as they go up towards Allard. He could get the inside line away here, just touch the brakes on the way in. Again, David Jenkins gets around the outside, and we see Craig Reed is in the pits there. On the right of your picture, Craig Reed has pulled into the pits with the Iveco. I thought he had a problem, so it looks like he could be out of the race. That'll put him to the back of the grid along with Paddy Mack for race 2. And Jenkins did hold his place there around the outside line at Allard up into the complex. The 2nd corner, the left-hander, incidentally there before the complex, has been named Green Corner in honour of Andy Green, the current holder of the world land speed record. And the battle for 4th, 3 trucks still together. Still Martin Gibson out for a Saturday evening drive in his MAN. Still Stuart Oliver can't do anything about David Jenkins in front of him here. There's Craig Evans. The leaders will soon be coming up to lap his MAN. Oliver tries again. Can he get past David Jenkins this time? Can he get him through Church Corner? No, he can't. Come up towards Woodham Hill this time. He's trying to slipstream him this time. Stuart Oliver moves to the inside again. Jenkins is wise to him, moves across, so Oliver goes back the other way. They can't get through the chicane side by side. That's impossible in a pair of trucks. Jenkins holds the line, holds that second place. 1 minute 40 left on the clock, so I think it'll be last lap this time for race leader Martin Gibson. Yes, the last lap board is out. So last lap of the day here at Thruxton. His first day with the BARC truck racing weekend. Going up to lap Craig Evans' MAN. It's looking good for Martin Gibson for a second win of the season. And the second of his career, but more importantly for David Jenkins, with Ryan Smith struggling a long way back with problems. David Jenkins is going to take the lead of the championship at the end of today. Will it be for second or third though? Because here comes Oliver again. They're side by side on the run up towards Noble. Behind them, Mark Taylor still holding fourth ahead of Shane Brereton and John Newell. Then the Division 2 fight coming through as well. There's Stephen Powell. The Yellow Peril still leads Luke Garrett. It's going to be Martin Gibson to take the win, but who is second? Battle for second is what we need to focus on. Jenkins and Oliver. And we'll find the Division 2 battle as well as they come round to take the checkered flag. Martin Gibson trying to lap Craig Evans. Sparks flying from underneath Shane Brereton's truck. Something's fallen off there. And here's the second place fight coming up Woodham Hill now. Still Jenkins hanging on at the moment. It's going to be a win for Martin Gibson. But who is going to be second? Martin Gibson will come through the chicane for the final time. Are we going to see a lunge here from Stuart Oliver? No, Jenkins is wise to him again. Martin Gibson coming out of the chicane. He's going to take his second win of the season and of his career in the GT Tyres MAN. Stuart Oliver, his team boss, will try and take second place away. He's not quite going to catch Jenkins on the run to the line. Only 0.147 of a second in it as they cross the line. Gibson the winner, Jenkins second, Oliver takes third. There's Ryan Smith still struggling on in the battered and bruised number one truck. He'll at least get a finish. Taylor takes fourth ahead of the sparking truck of Shane Brereton. John Newell in his rebuilt truck takes sixth, and Division 2 is won by Stephen Powell to extend his points lead. Luke Garrett comes over in second place. They finish in 7th and 8th overall. It should be John Powell home next. There he is, flashing the lights, and Simon Cole up behind him. He's got ahead of Willem Bredig in the Volvo. Final finisher Craig Evans a lap down, apart from Ryan Smith, of course, who's a couple of laps behind in his MAN with his problems, and we lost Craig Reed and Paul McCumsky into the pits. Tom O'Rourke and Ricky Collett non-starters. Congratulations to number 11 Martin Gibson, driving the GT Tyres and Kelsa Truck Products sponsored MAN to victory, the man from Warwick. The rest of the Division 2 runners come across the line. John Powell in the number 6 ahead of Simon Cole and Willem Bredig. Evans and Smith the other finishers. We'll hopefully hear from Martin Gibson very shortly, completing 9 laps in a time of 15 minutes 4.419 seconds. There is the number 1 of Ryan Smith. He does make it home, but down in 13th place, a lap down. But as he finished the race, with the reverse grid being used for tomorrow's first race, Ryan Smith will be on pole position. Pole for Division 2, their last finisher was Craig Evans. But that means with second place there, David Jenkins takes the lead of the championship from Ryan Smith. 15 points for a win go to Martin Gibson, 14 for David Jenkins, 14 for Stuart Oliver because he got third place for 13 points plus a point for the fastest lap for Stuart Oliver, 12 for Mark Taylor, 11 for Shane Brereton, 10 for John Newell, 9 points for Ryan Smith. Stephen Powell gets the 15 points in Division 2. Try and work out who got the fastest lap in Division 2 as well. Yes, it was Stephen Powell, so he'll get an extra point there as well. So congratulations to the truckers, an incident-free race this time. After the incidents earlier on in race 1. So well done to Martin Gibson. We'll hopefully hear from him shortly. More truck racing, of course, on our coverage coming up tomorrow. We've got the BARC Open Saloons and Sports Cars in action as well. Scheduled to start at 11:20 a.m. with the first truck race of the day. But of course, with the race being postponed from today, we may see a change to the timetable. So keep an eye on our social media for updates on any changes of time tomorrow. Well, thanks to all the marshalling teams, the recovery crews and so on here. They're just heading back from their posts now. Couldn't have gone racing without them. Great efforts from them today in the adverse conditions. And we will now head down to the paddock to hear from our race winner, Martin Gibson.
Martin, a big congratulations, your second ever win on this series. That one seemed to be relatively easy for you in the end.
I wouldn't say it was easy. I had a full soft setting, so I thought it was going to rain, so I was having to nurse it and not destroy the tyres. But yeah, it was quite clean, that's the good thing.
Yeah, the battle was raging behind you, and it just seemed to help you just be able to get that clear track in front of you.
That's what I hoped for, to be honest. I just saw them dropping back, and that's exactly what I needed, so it was spot on.
A really strange day for everyone, of course, today. Was it almost difficult to get your head straight ahead of this second race, given what happened at the start of the first?
No, I think it's a strange year, isn't it? So it's another thing to think about. So no, it's good. It was good actually, because in the wet I was struggling to get a good start, so it was a good restart, to be honest.
And in terms of tomorrow, we don't know if it's going to be 3, if it's going to be 4. Who knows this year of all years? But how excited to get back here tomorrow after just one race today and get going again?
Now, I'm really excited for tomorrow because I'll start in like 8th, I think. So there'll be a lot of action at the back, so it's going to be good fun.
Well, big congrats on the win tonight.
Thank you very much.
Well, that just about wraps up coverage from our first day here at Thruxton this weekend. The provisional schedule for tomorrow looks like this. We've got 5 races across 2 classes, 3 more races from the trucks and 2 races for the BARC Open Sports and Saloons as well. A nice little variety of cars there. We've got plenty of saloon cars. Mallock and Caterham sports cars have entered as well. Some very rapid racing coming up from them. That is subject to change, of course, because we may see an extra truck race inserted in there with the race that was postponed from today. But we are scheduled to start at 11:20 tomorrow with our first truck race of the day. Hopefully you can join us for that. Well, that's about all from today here at Thruxton Race Circuit in Hampshire. Thank you very much indeed, first of all, to all our camera crews and other teams at the circuit. Massive thank you to the marshalling team, the medical crews, the recovery and maintenance teams as well, especially everyone involved in the clear-up after that accident in the first attempt at the truck race today. Well done to all of them for enabling racing to continue with minimal delay. We hope everybody is okay after that accident earlier on. And thank you to the drivers for their entertainment as well. Thank you to all of you for watching, and we hope you can join us tomorrow morning for more action from here at Thruxton as well. But from me, Dave Goddard, that's about all from today. Thanks again for watching, and goodbye.